Hey, Asus, indeed, I was a bit late there, that's okay. Yeah, I was a bit late there. How are you, Rise and Shine? Thanks for dropping by again. On a somewhat odd day for me to stream. Not particularly odd, I mean, I've streamed on Wednesdays before, but I typically don't anymore now. But how are you? You doing okay? You're good, nice, awesome. Yeah, today I'm gonna be doing something fairly different. Well, not really fairly different, but I'm gonna be doing a bit of PGR. They're having a Devil May Cry collab. How you doing? Grace, thanks for stopping by. 𝘐𝘮 leaks are so good. Yes, I know, I saw you sent me a bunch of videos. You got some good news. What good news do you have? Would you like to share your good news with the class? Yeah, I haven't really seen the 𝘐𝘮 leaks. I mean, I know that they exist, but she's got like Black Rain, so March is really going all goth on all of us, huh? You got a part-time job in IT. That's amazing. Congratulations, dude. No, she's still taking pictures. That's nice to see. 7 months laid off. Yeah, congratulations, dude. That's awesome. Yeah, nice. That's awesome, dude. Congratulations. Now you'll be able to start spending all the money you couldn't before on all of the brand new waifus coming out. Yeah, oh, okay, here it goes. Oh, so that's gonna be like her normal attack in the overworld. She's a must-pull for 𝘧𝘮 havers. She can main DPS if you don't have 𝘧𝘮 but have 𝘬𝘮. Yeah, you're welcome, Ace. Yeah, congratulations, man, that's awesome. I have no idea what her kit looks like. I mean, I don't have 𝘧𝘮, so, like, that automatically means she's not really a must-pull for me, but... I'm curious if they have any information on her kit so far. When entering combat, memo sprite, blah blah blah, okay. Has 160 speed by default. Ow, wow. Her memo sprite's really fast. Its HP is 100% of 𝘐𝘮's HP. Each time she or the memo sprite lose HP, crit damage for this unit and the memo sprite is increased by 60% for 2 turns. I wonder if that stacks on itself. Can only trigger once per target per attack. When she has 16 or more Memoria, dispels and becomes immune to crowd control. Big dragon goes brrrr. Maybe. This ability automatically selects the target. Choose the enemy that 𝘐𝘮 last attacked. Deals ice damage. Went to Memoria. Further deals additional 4%. Which you can get up to 16%, it would look like, because you can only stack up to 16. Oh no, you can stack 16 or more Memoria. You can stack up a bunch. Eevee is immune to crowd control, but has increased chance of being targeted. She gains stacks called Memoria. She uses this to allow her Member Sprite to immediately act. She gains more Memoria from other Remembrance characters, along with characters who can drain HP, so that's her synergy. Why it makes her broken is that if you're able to get her premium team, you gain lots of Memoria stacks, which means more turns for her summon. More turns for her summons means more turns for Evernight. More turns for Evernight means more Memoria, and thus more damage in the long run, is what you're saying. I don't know. You're probably absolutely right in that she's probably bis for Castorise at some level. I just want to get her because she's March. But we'll see. Oh. That's a little different than what they normally have for the last one. So this is, I want you guys to realize this is what would happen if March 7th wasn't a brain rot girl from Gen Alpha, but was a goth girl from the millennial era. I just want you to realize that. Evernight is basically March evolving literally backwards. I just want y'all to realize that. That's basically what this is, right? Like, she's basically a goth girl. And kind of like how the whole goth scene was really big back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. That's basically what this is, right? Instead of her... Why is this playing at like... Oh, that's on their end. That's on their end. So that's her memo spread, I guess, right? Yeah, if you don't have either Hyacinth or Castorise, then it is rough. However, she is said to be very good with Cyrene, so give or take. I mean, I don't have any of those, so, I mean, I guess I'm already oofed over. But then again, this isn't about meta, this is about waifu, right? This is all about waifu. This isn't about meta at all. Yeah, I don't know. Wrong one. It looks like we know a little bit more about this guy, maybe. You have Castorise but no Hyacinth, yeah. So, like, I mean, if you have, like, obviously, right? Like, if you have, like, the premium Amphoreus lineup, like Castorise and all the other characters that are like absolute must-haves if you're like really invested into meta, then yeah, look, she'll probably be like important in that respect. The new Dan Heng is made to sustain for Phynon. His kit looks very mid, to the point that rumors of him being free is likely to be true. Do you think so? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a theory crafter, so in terms of understanding the kit, I mean, I can look at a kit on face value and it looks pretty good, but then like in actuality, it ends up sucking. So like I am far from being a theory crafter in Star Rail, to be honest. He is an attack percent scaling preservation character, but for some reason he has a high base def but trash attack. Evernight has more attack than him. As an HP scaler. Oh wow. Hey Theo, 242 million credits. Yeah, man, you are the veritable credit lord over there. Congratulations, my guy. You're basically going to be buying out the entire IPC whenever you get the chance. stat boost, plus 28 attack, defense, HP. When the battle begins, advances 𝘠𝘯𝘬 permans their terrorize actions by 40% when bondmate uses an attack. 50%. Well, let's see here. Designates one ally as the bondmate and provides all allies with a shield that can offset damage to 30% of his attack plus 400 for 3 turns. When you get his shield repeatedly, the shield effect can stack, but will not exceed 300% of the shield provided by the current skill. That seems pretty sucky. Bondmate only applies to the most recent target of his skill, so... Okay. Deals physical damage to 300% of 𝘠𝘯𝘬's attack to all enemies. Provides a shield that can offset damage equal to 30% of his attack plus 400. So his ultimate does the exact same thing as his skill. When repeatedly it can be sacked, Soul Dragon becomes enhanced, and when Soul Dragon, what the heck is, okay, Soul Dragon's probably somewhere down here, right? After using technique, gains bondmate, inflicts daze on enemies. Enemies and daze will not actively attack allies. When switching active bondmate transfers to the current active character, okay. Does it explain what Soul Dragon is? Does it explain what it is? Soul Dragon becomes enhanced when it takes action, triggers follow-up. Is he a remembrance character? Is the Soul Dragon his, like... memo sprite? Is that what it is? Did you see the biker vid? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. That's where the dude was complaining about his, reproductive abilities. There is a reason why they're called crotch rockets, by the way. The only buff he provides is 15% of his attack to one ally, and a summon that deals minimal damage once in a while. That's it. His kit needs an immediate buff. Soul Dragon is attached to one character like a summon, not a memo sprite. Okay. It'll probably change, right? Like, this is only version 1. It'll probably change, right? Let's, boss guys, future info. Like, it'll probably change, right? Like... Saber went through 5 iterations before she went live. So it'll probably change. Archer went through 5 iterations. Jingliu went through 5 iterations, though I think the 5th one was probably due to her getting buffed recently. Cypher went through 6. So, I mean... Right now, these characters are only on version 1, so, like, they're bound to change a bit. How much they end up changing will probably depend on a number of factors, right? Want to show the class? My sibling really wants a bike. I mean, you can always share that in the video the Discord's video share. I have no problem with that. Y'all can share basically whatever you want in the video Discord share. The Discord video share, excuse me. So yeah, I really don't mind. It'll most likely change, but looking at this, he's definitely the free 5-star we're getting. Which is rather unfortunate, because if we were gonna get a free star, I'd prefer it be March. I prefer it be March. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. I prefer it to be March. She went from being cute to being cool. Oh. Evernight looks very good to the point where I think they will nerf her or maybe adjust her potential as a main DPS or sub DPS. Yeah, that could be it too, right? So like I said, I mean, this is only version 1. This is only version 1. And like other characters have had like multiple versions. Like look at the 𝘠𝘠, right? She had 6 versions. Rappa, 5 versions before going live. Fugue, 6 versions before going live. Trailblazer, 6 versions. Lingsha, 6 versions before going live. Jiaochu, 5 versions before live. So, I mean, all of these are bound to change. All of these are definitely bound to change over a period of time. You know, Tribby, 5 versions. Castorise. She had 7. They couldn't figure out what the heck they were doing with her. So, yeah, all of these guys are bound to, you know, change before they end up getting, released. It can also be the complete opposite, where they buff her slowly and just force her into meta like what they did with 𝘬𝘲, who did not need a buff. I honestly have no idea what's going on with any of these people, to be honest. Like, I had heard a bunch of stuff about Star Rail prior to playing, about how, like, the HP scaling was getting bad, and that was a year ago. I'm wondering if there's, like... How do I go back? HSR, track updates, readable search text dialogue, mock, pure fiction, APOC. What the heck is anomaly arbitration? I have no idea what that even is. Let's see if we can look at mock. So, I mean, it looks like it was fairly straightforward, slight bumps in capability or HP, and then it just like went crazy. It just went crazy. I don't know if I'm looking at the right one or not. Like, I'm assuming this is the trend, right? Memory Chaos Floor 12 HP trend. Yeah, so this is the HP trend. Anomaly Arbitration is the Stygian Onslaught. Okay. So, I mean, that's mock. Let's look at pure fiction. I mean, Jesus. That's just, like, really... I mean, that really, like, shot up. That really shot up. Oh, 50 million HP? Compared to starting out, like, it is almost 99 times more. That's, let me look at that for a minute. That is insane. Alright, 50 divided by 6. 83%. Okay, it's 83% higher. It's 83% higher than, what it used to be. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, that mode is made up of 3 modes where you need 3 modes where you need 3 teams, and then 1 final super hard boss at the end where you need to 0 cycle for the rewards. I don't do endgame content. I basically don't either. When I do, like, I don't take it that seriously. This struggle is real. No, I mean, let's look at these. Look at this graph, dude. Just look at this freaking graph. Look at Mach. I mean, Mach is like, it was stable for a long time with a slight bump up in power, or HP. It went from 3.6 to, you know, 6.1, so just under double. And then it just started to, like, skyrocket, basically. Now it's 17.4 million. You know, it's over 5 times, about 5 times, actually. 3.6 times 5 is probably close to 17, right? 18. Okay, yeah, it's roughly 5 times. It's a little bit less than 5 times, but you get the idea, right? Then APOC. I don't know much about APOC. Oh my God, what happened? Jesus Christ, what the hell happened here? 12 to 16, that's a bump up, right? You know, same thing with 7.3 to 12. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's not quite twice as much, but that is a substantial bump up. 12 to 16 is not that big of a deal, but 12.4 to 23.7, that is insane. That is insane. You can't zero cycle mock, can't zero cycle pure fiction, can't zero action APOC, you weakling. Yeah, dies of no build cover. You live for the end game content, it's your salvation. No, I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. Like, I mean, it's... I think Genshin's got this same issue as well, right? When you've got, you know, multiple limited 5 stars with their, weapons, right? And in Genshin specifically, I have, C2 cons. I have C2s of a lot of limited 5 stars, like the ones off the top of my head: Ayaka, Farina, Nahida, Navia, right? She has her weapon. She has her weapon. There's a couple of other characters I have. I have Ayato. He's only at C0 though, but he's got his weapon. I've got at least 1 or 2 more limited 5 star at C0 with their weapons, but like when you have these types of characters in your team and they're heavily invested and well built and you're still struggling to clear, that becomes a balance issue with the game. Like with Genshin, right? I mean, it's dropping down slightly in the 6.0 B half, which is in beta right now. But I mean, you look where you started. Granted, like, this is going to change over a period of time, but you look where it went from 4.8, right? Like, it was mostly stable from like 3.1 really, 3.2. It was mostly stable with a slight bump up from 3.2 to 4.8, right? You look at that, 2.9, 3.0, 3.6, to like 5.1, 4.4. So, I mean, this is a period of almost 2 years, roughly, where it's just barely eking out 1.5 to 2 times the HP. But then it just spikes after that. Like, this whole trend line is one entire patch cycle. So, it's crazy. Holy hell, the buff is crazy. I do endgame content. I reached X7 in DU, took me 15 tries. I have no idea where I'm at in Divergent Universe. You did zero cycle, but it was annoying. I bet. And you've got, like, Aces, you've got, like, a lot of, like, heavily invested units as well, don't you? Like, you have, like, regularly E2 S1 characters, right? Like, all limited. Like, I know you've mentioned you have a lot of, like, higher Eidolon, not higher Eidolon, but you've got, like, extra Eidolons and light cones on a lot of the limited characters, right? I just do Divergent Uni for the Jades. I mean, that's basically what I'm in it for. The bump ups are because of meta-defining characters that are releasing to scale with people who have them. However, for the people who don't have meta characters, they get punished for this, right? And that's the whole thing, too, right? It's one of those things where for whatever reason, and we can, like, headcanon theory craft the reasons for this, but the most simplest solution, the most simplest reason is that they just want to sell a character, right? So what they do is, you know, make the Abyss hard, or whatever endgame hard. Make the Abyss hard, or whatever endgame they have hard. Only heavily invested free-to-plays or whales can clear. Make a character that can melt it. God damn it. Whales will max out for meta reasons. This drives endgame to be harder because now whales complain it's too easy. Makes it even harder for everyone else. This in turn means newer characters need to be stronger. Rinse, repeat, money. It could also be for this too, right? Right? They make the abyss hard so that people have to wail to clear it. This in turn means that it becomes easy. People complain, now they have to make it harder. Rinse, repeat, right? Basically this. It's one of those things where it's like you create the problem and then sell the solution, right? I got to find the proper team for a full counter. Fear not, for I am not Hydro. Hey, literally Hydro, who's not Hydro, who's also Hydro, but not Hydro. Yeah. E2S1, Castoreese, Feixiao, Firefly. Okay. I thought you also had, Jing Liucons and her light cone too, right? Is it a lot? Is it? I could have swore that you had more characters that had more than just, like, base 0 Eidolons. Dies of poor, whales will throw money at their problems. I mean, yes, that is very true. I play for both meta and enjoyment. It helps if you have multiple accounts and can manage them. Oh yeah, Hydro, how did you do in the exam? I will, like, dip my hands into, like, endgame. Like, I'll just do enough to, like, get my toes wet. But if it comes to, like, full starring the content, like, I'm not really that interested in it. It just is what it is, because, like, when you have this right here, it's just, you know, you need the latest and greatest characters, which means the characters that you potentially like, which are, for me, basically all the ones before Amphorius. Oh, this is Genshin, but you get what I'm saying. And to be fair, like, before Natlan as well. It just drives your dislike for the game at large. I passed Core 2 with a 745, 700 being the minimum to pass. Congratulations. Yes. Congratulations. The only game that I really do any kind of, like, actual endgame content in is basically PGR. And it just ended up being a game that I really enjoyed, and so I ended up heavily investing in it, both grinding and monetarily, I guess. And it too is not without its problems, where if you don't have, like, some of the latest units that are released, then you end up getting left behind. Though interesting to note, I have noticed recently that even some of the higher tier endgame modes that I routinely have easily cleared are now becoming pretty saturated with a lot of people that are just like me. It's really interesting. And so what I've noticed is happening basically is everyone wails. Everyone wails. Which means now it's a skill issue. So that was honestly pretty funny to watch evolve, where everyone in like the higher tier brackets of some of the endgame modes in PGR, they're all just like me, like pretty large spenders roughly, which means now it's all just like relegated to, yeah, cool, you got all of the latest and greatest units, but do you have the skill? And that's what it comes down to. And so it's actually pretty funny how basically everyone threw money at their problems to the point where now we can't just throw money at the problem anymore. We have to actually be skillful at what we're doing. Yeah, true, I have skill issue. I should stick to Pokemon. You know what I've been wanting to try more and more lately? I've been wanting to try out Palworld. I've been wanting to try out Palworld lately. It looks like it could be fun. Because it basically looks like, you know, the freedom version of Pokemon, where now you just go around and have guns and just blast everything, right? So I'm kind of just sort of waiting for that to maybe go on sale at the Steam store and then buy it. Because it looks like it might be a little fun. It is on my wish list, so I have no idea when it'll go on sale, but hopefully Steam will at least let me know. Alright. But yeah, so what the fuck is a kilometer? Look, man, if you can't speak to me in double cheeseburgers and supersized fries, then, like, I mean, at least talk to me in eagle and, you know, ammo. But, like, get this freaking French kilometer shit out of my life. Skill does impact your experience a lot. I do think it's a good way to really test your knowledge on the game while beating the allegations of bad characters not being able to beat endgame. I believe it's a balancing act, right? So, skill can only go so far until the enemies are just, chunks of meat that you have to beat through, right? So, I've kind of sort of noticed this in like Genshin primarily, with the Abyss. There is a bit of skill involved with clearing certain things. So with Imaginarium Theater, you have to know how the characters are built, how they function, and you have to have a bit of forethought into who you want to deploy now versus later. But this kind of also goes into, like, how much research and time do you want to devote into building characters that you don't typically use. And the only time you would end up using them is just in Stygian Onslaught, or not Stygian Onslaught, Imaginarium Theater. Stygian Onslaught is just hands down, just sacks of meat that you have to, like, cut through, right? In HSR, there's very little room for skill issue in combat. The skill comes when deciding your character's builds and speed tune them. So it also comes down to that too, right? Like, you can have, like, in HSR, you could have, like, a lot of knowledge on the game mechanics and how they work, but if your artifact, if your relic drops are literal bullshit, then, like, no amount of knowledge on characters is going to help you. Because if you're just slower than what you need to be, then, you know, rip GG, I guess. Genshin's like Abyss. It does have HP inflation. The bosses do have gimmicks that you can exploit. Knowing how those gimmicks work and how to exploit them does borderline theory crafting from what I've seen. So someone that I like to watch a lot of, and you'll see me like talk about him and pull him up from time to time. It's gonna be Turtle, and there's a lot of people just like him out there too. He's just a friend of mine that I happen to know. He's a theory crafter. He knows how the bosses work at a fundamental level and what kinds of things you can use to exploit them. But that came from just a lot of research and studying how things work. Now, he does have, like, overpowered characters on some of his accounts. I think he has, like, 2 primary accounts that he runs. On his primary account, he's got, like, a C6 𝘬𝘠𝘦𝘺. He's got, I think, a C... I can't remember what constellation level his 𝘠𝘠𝘦𝘵 and 𝘧𝘢𝘬𝘬𝘺 are, but they are fairly high level. I don't remember what level his Farina is at. But he does have some fairly overpowered characters, and it's not just them. Where a lot of his knowledge comes into play, though, is like his secondary account, where he's running primarily starter characters only. So it's sort of a tug of war between knowledge, skill, and build RNG, right? So it all comes into play a little bit. Though I do feel with the elemental reactions, and it's not even the elemental reactions themselves, honestly, like, all you need is like a basic diagram to show you how things react, and then just understand that certain things require attack, HP, or EM. And you're good to go on that regard. When it comes to, like, bosses in the Abyss, though, again, like, there is a veritable amount of knowledge that you would need for those gimmicks and knowing how to exploit them, but I feel, like, from a personal standpoint, watching Turtle go through all of that and explain it, I feel that the average person who plays Genshin's not going to do that. Like, they're not going to sit through, you know, hours of research and practice on a single boss just to get, you know, 100 primos. And so, I guess in that regard, like, the Abyss ends up becoming just like a, bragging, right? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a theory crafter, at least not in Genshin, Star Rail, or Zenless. Even Wuthering Waves, I know a little bit, but not a whole lot. So, yeah, it is what it is. Like I said, it's like a back and forth between, do you have the skill to actually execute what you're trying to do? Do you have the knowledge to even know what you need to do? And has RNG blessed you with decent builds? Anyways, like I said, I am going to be doing a little bit of PGR. Maybe not even a little bit, probably a lot of a bit, right? Probably a lot of a bit. The DMC collab came out, so I want to take a look at it. The people who complain about endgame HP inflation should have the general knowledge of how to best build every character. I don't think they have a place to say anything if they don't play for meta. There is that too, right? There is that too. If you're, like, not playing to clear endgame content, but you're complaining about clearing endgame content, then it's kind of a weird situation, right? So, like, complains about endgame being hard, but doesn't play endgame, right? So it's like, the question is, okay, if you don't play the endgame, why do you care about the endgame being hard? There's that. On the other hand, though, I do feel regardless, it is valid to critique things. Like, there's a difference between complaining and critiquing. I probably spelled that wrong. It's like a non-story player suddenly rambles bullshit about things that don't even happen in the story and piss off lore players. Right, there is that too, right? And so there is a difference between complaining and critiquing, which is why I'm kind of like, when I do the end game, I'm just like, I'll clear it as far as I can go, but like I'm not gonna like invest tons of time and resources into clearing it for what I view are not rewards worth the time and effort to put into it. That's why, like, with Star Rail specifically, like, the fact that, like, the end game, like, Mock, APOC, Pure Fiction, they're all, like, very HP inflated. Like, it doesn't really bother me. Like, I'm not playing for the meta. I'm kind, because of Amphorius, like, the high shift in Amphorius, I'm kind of not even really playing for the lore, to be honest with you. Like, the Amphorius story has been pretty bad, in my opinion. So, I say that just with the preface that I've only played up to, like, the end of 3.0's story. And I can tell you that the beginning of the beginning of the story that's supposed to last an entire patch cycle has been pretty bad. Like, 3.0, in my opinion, was fairly boring. And I've probably explained ad nauseum before how it ends up being just like a bunch of things that all come together that make me dislike it. It's not necessarily the story in and of itself. The story has gotten much better, but first impressions matter a lot. There is that too, right? And so, like with anime, like, I will not always give it, like, the first episode. I will try and, like, give it maybe 2 or 3 episodes, but a lot of times, like, I can, I guess because, like, I've watched a lot of anime, like, this is with anime specifically, right? I've watched a lot of anime. I can tell within the first episode what the tropes are. And if I can already see that they're just playing the tropes extremely flat and unoriginal, then I just basically nope out of it with the first episode. Sometimes I don't even give it to the end of the first episode. But, like, if they're kind of, like, trying to do something new with it, I will try to give it at least the first episode, try to go into the second episode. If it looks like it could still go either way, maybe the third episode, but usually by the third episode, I know for a fact it's going to be garbage. Like, I'll give you an example. 𝘕𝘮 had an amazing start. I liked 𝘵𝘮 a lot. It felt like it was going to basically be the spiritual successor of 𝘵𝘮. I gave it like 3 or 4 episodes before it started to fall off pretty hard for me. And then I think I dropped it by episode 6. Like, I gave it like a really long time to actually go somewhere. The problem with 𝘕𝘮 is that it was just literally the exact same joke. The joke is deer. That was the joke. You know, first 2 or 3 episodes to set the tone of everything. Okay, yeah, give me a new joke now. They didn't. The joke was always deer. So, I tried for a while, but like the joke was always dear, and so I just dropped it, right? Which is really sad because like absurdist humor that's really good, and you know, everything's going to be subjective in the long run, right? Like every perspective on a story, whether you like it, whether you don't, like and this is kind of like, you see this with like Rotten Tomatoes, Metacritic, like you see like a vast disconnect between critics and audience, right? Critics are usually fairly objective in their assessments and critiques of media, whether it's going to be a movie, a game, story, what have you, right? The problem is, it's not the critics that make or break something's popularity or how much it sells. It's the audience. The audience doesn't enjoy it, regardless if it's a 10 out of 10. If the audience gives it a 1 out of 10, it's gonna flop, right? And this is like that with everything, right? Versus other things where the critics say it's like an absolute shitfest, but the audience is like, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, right? There's also problems where the story has a great first impression, but it gets so dry later on and dragged out, like it should have just been a one-time thing. Yeah. I mean, like I said, like 𝘕𝘰 was basically that, right? Like, it had a really good first impression. It was absurdist humor, which I haven't really come across as well done as 𝘵𝘮 did it. But after like the first episode, like, okay, second episode, they're still trying to get through this whole deer joke thing. Okay, I get it. Third episode, the joke is still deer. Okay. Yeah. Fourth, fifth episode, like what's going on here? Sixth episode, it's the joke is still deer. The joke is still deer. I can't, this is gonna be like, am I gonna watch another 6 episodes of 𝘕𝘰 for the joke to still be deer? It's not funny anymore. Hello, 𝘵𝘮. I've only been playing this game for a few days. I'm wondering which character is worth pulling for a new player with 40 pulls. Who do you think? I assume you are talking about PGR. Is that correct? That's gonna be a hard question to really answer, because a lot of that will largely depend on your starter pulls. So it's been a while since I've done PGR as a starter. I've been playing this game for a hot minute, but as I recall, you get a choice limited S rank character at 60 pulls. On the regular base construct banner. The prevailing thought is whoever you end up picking. I wish I had it to show you. Whoever you end up picking is going to be who you build an entire team around. Now, if you're asking who would be a good... I totally spelled that wrong. I have a tendency of spelling gray with an E. I don't know why. If you're asking who would be the best person to pick, honestly, it's a pretty tough decision, but I would say go with either Selena Pianissimo once she gets available on the starter banner, or 𝘵𝘩𝘦𝘥 once she gets available on the starter banner. If you have 40 pulls, depending on how hard you're grinding out the story, because if you're just starting, that's going to be your largest source of black cards. You could reasonably get another 20 pulls in like maybe a week or so, depending on how hard you're grinding it. If you're planning on doing like any of the DMC stuff, I haven't pulled for him yet, but as I understand it, Virgil is going to be a decent slash attacker. So you probably may or may not have come across the tutorial for like Slash, Glacio, Dark Flow, Plasma Beam. Virgil is going to be a Ultima Slash based character. He does do physical damage, but he's not a good physical DPS because he's mostly going to do Ultima Slash damage. Is Nanami still OP without SS or SSS or SS+? I'm not sure which Nanami you're talking about, but if you're referring to Star Trail Nanami, she is decent at SS. She is going to be decent at SS with her capabilities. So you get everything up to, you get all of this up to SS here. At double S, you'll be able to activate all the QTEs. And it's a pretty decent overall, like, this would basically allow you to bypass certain gear restrictions that you would need on other characters. So you could run Nanami Star Trail with 𝘠𝘠𝘦 if you're just starting out. I wouldn't put too much investment into 𝘠𝘠𝘦 if you're just starting out now. But you could run 𝘠𝘠𝘦 with a QTE support, so just Guinevere and maybe 2 of any other type of support would work just fine. I've already decided I need to build another computer to run 𝘬𝘰𝘮 on, build my own router. I mean, at this point, you might as well just build your own infrastructure, my guy. I mean, you basically have all of Comcast wired inside of your house. You have your own version of Comcast at this point, so you might as well, dude. If you have Nanami Star Trail at double S, I would just say she would be a decent support, or decent DPS for now. Run her with probably 𝘠𝘠𝘦. And honestly, you could probably run her with another... You could probably run her with another, like, just general either attacker, or you could just do another tank and just completely run Nanami as a DPS. I'll be honest with you, I run her with the full meta lineup. I run her with the full meta lineup. So that would be 𝘠𝘮 𝘕𝘂, which I think you can get 𝘕𝘂 for free now. I think you can get her for free, which she'll be a decent DPS if you can get her for free. Thunderbolt Manual. If you're able to do this, this might take a little while. If you're able to do Thunderbolt Manual, you'll get, I believe, you'll get her for free. And so you can use her. She'll be S rank, so basically just sub DPS for now, but you can get the shards for her in one of the endgame modes, which would be Pain Cage in the shop. You can get the shards for her. Nanami Star Trail can wipe out all the content. Many people say that. What do you think? I completely agree. I have the full meta lineup, and I use Nanami as a sub DPS. Only because I have a rather beefy 𝘠𝘮𝘂. I have a rather beefy 𝘠𝘮𝘂. And so the only reason why Nanami is not a DPS is because I have 𝘠𝘮𝘂. But she is 100% a character that can deal big dick loads of damage. Most of that's going to come in the form of her ultimate, but her charge attack, one of her charge attacks, actually both of her charge attacks actually do pretty decent damage. There's one that does a little bit better. Let me see if I can just pull up something here for you. Class Reflection. Oh, that reset. That's why it's not done yet. Darn it. They don't have... Darn it. Really sucks. You cannot edit the lineup. Why can I not edit the lineup? Oh, that's right. I already started it. Duh. I already started it. Never mind. We can do Norman. Perfect. Boom. Oh, wrong Nanami. My bad. My bad. Wrong Nanami. Wrong Nanami. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Alright. Nanami can basically solo a fair amount on her own. Like Nanami Star Trail. Where's she at? Where did she go? Nanami! Boom. Boom. If you were a new player and had a lot of black cards and wanted to get a gotcha Thunderbolt research, which character would you choose? Pyro, Oath, or Nanami? If you're talking about Lucia Pyro Oath, or Pyre Oath, which is Fire Lucia, or... Oh. Too easy. My bad. If you're talking about Lucia Pyro Oath or Nanami Star Trail, I would say Pyro Oath. I would say Pyro Oath, mostly because you're going to need a fire DPS at some point. And Pyro Oath is a fire DPS. And so there will be content you would need. She is completely serviceable at S rank. She's best at double S. Anything beyond like double S is like just a bit extra. But she works just fine at double S. And like I said, you can always get her stuff in the shop. You can always get her shards in the shop, which you can buy enough to get a character to double S. If you pull the character or get one copy of the character, and that will unlock their ability to be bought from the shop, you can buy enough shards to get them up to double S. So, I say Pyre Oath because, hey TD, how you doing? Whoa, that midriff, that's yummy. Yes, indeed. I say Pyre Oath because you'll need a fire DPS to clear some of the Pain Cage content so you can get these shards. If you're planning on being free to play, these shards are going to become pretty important, so having teams that can clear more content up front, even if it's not high score content, because, I mean... you'll get shards. You won't get all of them, of course, but you'll get some shards, and the requirements for, like, the other version of Pain Cage, which is a lot easier than Ultimate. Having characters that can clear the content is more important than having vertical investment, right? So from starting out, you want horizontal investment, which means you want more characters for a broader scope of what you're able to do. So if I was just starting out, like if I was starting from scratch all over again, I would say if you have Star Trail, get Pyre Oath. Get Pyre Oath. Just because you need more characters to clear the content. Plus, if you already have a double S Nanami, one additional copy of her is not going to be enough to get her to triple S. The bump up in number of copies from double S to triple S is substantial, right? So from S to double S is one copy. From double S to triple S is, if I recall correctly, 3 copies. So one additional copy is not going to do a whole lot in the long run. Which is why, like, if for a lot of free-to-plays who play this game, they will pull the one copy of the character and then just grind out the shards in Pain Cage. Okay, I vanished now. My queue finally ended. Oh, congratulations, you're now at the front of the line. We'll see you next time, TD. Thanks for stopping by. Always appreciate you being here. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts. So again, like, if you're able to kind of work towards doing the Thunderbolt manual, it will take a little while. It will take a little while, but you'll get a free weapon. You'll get a free copy of her, which now you can get her up to SS in the shop. You'll also get her free, you'll also get her cub for free too. So, if you're able to work on doing the Thunderbolt manual, if you already have 𝘺𝘠𝘕 Star Trail, you would just use 𝘠𝘠𝘬𝘺 Weave with 𝘺𝘠𝘕, and then for now, live Lux. That will basically get your Lightning team at a serviceable level for a majority of the content. Provided, again, this is all provided that you're free to play, which hopefully you are. Like, I mean, unless you have like a lot of disposable income to like just blow on pixels. Thanks, Bo. Just started PGR and asked content creators about newbie guides and gacha characters. Most recommended 𝘺𝘠𝘕. Yes. So 𝘺𝘠𝘕's a newer character right now. Like, 𝘺𝘠𝘕 Star Trail is a newer character. Like, she came out not too long ago. Not too long ago. You got to remember, like, we're having like a number of like combined patches. At least we were until Virgil came out. 1, 2, 3. I think we had 1, 2. I can't remember if these two were together. These two were together. That's right, because Pyro Oath and 𝘺𝘠𝘕 came out at the same time. She released rather recently as a lightning tank, and the last lightning tank that anyone had was Vera Garnet. And so, as you can see, like, we had a number of characters released since then. So 𝘺𝘠𝘕 will last you quite a while. She's just also really good as like a general DPS. Her kit's really simple. Her kit's really simple. See if I can pull up class. No. Trial. Training. Bam. Bam. 𝘺𝘠𝘕 and Selena Pianist is a good team. They will, they can work. It's just one of those things where it's like, how do I, darn it. How do I turn off? How do I turn off? How do I turn off? I gotta turn off the thing. I gotta turn off the thing. How do I turn off the thing? Button position. Is it this? How do I turn off the thing? Why? There it is. They can work together. It's like not ideal, but again, it's one of those things where like, that's what you got. Like if you're doing like Warzone, for instance, and you have Selena, Pianissimo, and 𝘺𝘠𝘕 Star Trail, and that's what you got, then that's what you're gonna end up using, sadly. But like her kit's really simple. All right, now I can switch. Bam. This is what's going to do most of your damage, is this ultimate. It doesn't do much on the training dummy because the training dummy has like F loads of HP and resistance, but she's really simple to use. Like I said, in terms of like using her with like Selena, you can.
It's an honor.
I mean, if you, they don't really like work together, but I mean, if this is what you got, then this is what you're gonna have to use, right? If you're using Selena, depending on how you plan on using her, you can get Alyssa Echo for free through the dorm. So if you're able to do dorm stuff, I would recommend doing that. Same thing with one of the Aylas, her. If you're able to get her, you can get her through the dorm for free too. If you're planning on using 𝘰𝘮 𝘕𝘦𝘳𝘬𝘳, if you have the ability to get 𝘭𝑚, go for it. Otherwise, you can just use like any, I think she's, I can't remember, I think Nanami Storm is A rank or B rank character. You can get her for free. You can just like use her as a tank of sorts, or you can use the free live for healing. So if you wanted to do this team, I would probably recommend running probably live Eclipse, honestly.
Trying my best.
Either one of these will end up being your DPS. The other one will be like a sub DPS during downtime. Honestly, that would probably end up being 𝘰𝘮. Nanami's pretty good on her own, like for maintaining her ability to be on field for extended periods of time. And then Liv will just be there for healing. Thanks, you helped me so much. I'm glad you got some use out of that. Yeah, this is roughly how the team would look. So, probably start with Nanami, honestly. It would probably run something similar to that. Like I said, Nanami has the ability to like maintain on-field presence for an extended period of time. So you can actually like get away with not switching out for a while. Then boom. But yeah, that's roughly how it would go. And then at some point, depending on your rank level and what kind of gear you have on her, how like invested the weapon resonance is, which if you're free to play and new, you probably won't have high resonance. You'll run out of orbs, and at that point you can just switch to 𝘰𝘮.
Listen closely.
And like I said, Nanami's kit allows her to basically activate the QTEs on swap out, so that's roughly how it would work. Alright. I need to very quickly do all of these. I have a lot that I need to use up, apparently. Alright. Fleeting memories. Notice. Boom. Alright. Revenge. I wish it would, like, when I click on them, it would, like, stop it. I don't like all of the notices telling me to do stuff. I'm well enough aware I need to do stuff. What do you want? What do you want? Fleeting memories. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for stopping by, Anja. A new subscriber. Well, thank you for the subscription. Happy to join, support your awesome content. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you for dropping by. I am just doing a bit of PGR here, they have a new collaboration with Devil May Cry. I need to just finish up doing some of my dailies, though, before I get into it. Bam. Yes, PGR. Yes, it is. Honestly, it is a really good game. I would probably say it's close personally to like one of my favorites. Though like my favorite game would have to be 𝘵𝘁 𝘕𝘁𝘐𝘗. So completely different genre, right? Of course, like PGR did a collab with 𝘵𝘁 a while back. So that was pretty cool for me too. Did I finish all of those? I did all of those? I think I did all of those, right? Yeah, we're done. We're done. Yeah, we're done. We're done. Oh, I need to do this real quick. Oh, battle. Sure? I have no idea. Yeah, I really love PGR. I got to play it a little bit when it first came out in China. Unfortunately, it was just one of those things where it was like right around the time when... What am I... Oh, that's why. Hello. Ah! Ah! G. G. Bam. Okay, got it. What the heck was going on? I was like, what the heck was going on? Yeah, Frederick told me about this game. This game is good in peak. It just tried downloading my PC and boom, awesome. Yes, it is really good. I will say the only problem with playing on PC is the 𝘵𝘩𝘦𝘵𝘩 system. So I don't know how far you've gone down the PGR rabbit hole yet. But the 𝘵𝘩𝘦 system is the only part of it that's slightly difficult on PC. So you have the orbs here, right? You have the orbs, right here. This is the only part that's like slightly difficult. And that's because there can be up to 8 of them on the screen at one time. And you have to, like, typically people end up mapping those to, like, like 1 through 8 on here.
I can do it.
So that's the only part that's, like, slightly off-putting on PC. It is primarily meant to be, like, a mobile game, so that kind of makes sense. But it is a really fun game, especially on mobile, and it doesn't even require, like, a lot of resources on a phone. Like, you could use, like, an older phone to play this game. It is rather large, though. It is a large game. Though I feel that's kind of, like, par for the course. But the character designs are really nice. Especially, like, some of the newer designs. Like, a lot of the older designs, you can definitely tell, like, they were very basic. They weren't bad. They're not bad still, but they're definitely pretty basic. The newer character designs are pretty decent, though. Like, by pretty decent, I mean, like, fairly good. I will say that the combat does take a bit to get used to, depending on, like, what kind of games you have come from in the past. 4, 5, 6. I still need to fight, so I guess we'll do 6. Plus, I like the art style too, personally.
I'll add a few bracelets. Oh, something wrong with the part.
Boom. But it is a really fun game. I like it a lot. Especially if you're able to play it on mobile. I find enjoyment on mobile is definitely a little bit higher. I wish I could play it on mobile and stream it. Unfortunately, I don't have that ability. Sad to say. 4. Alright, I need one more abandoned warehouse. Alright. I need one more abandoned warehouse after this. And once you get to like a higher level, clearing the like daily content doesn't even take a whole lot of time, which is really, really nice. I thought I could direct a video with a mouse, but it turns out it requires a keyboard, which is a bit of a hassle for new and unfamiliar. Yes. So, if you are able to play on mobile, like, that would be my recommendation. Playing on mobile is so much easier. And that's because it is definitely made for mobile in mind. Six, 5. So we can do 5 and then 6, maybe? Provided that 6 doesn't leave me... 6 leaves me right there. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, it is definitely a lot easier to play on mobile, depending on your own, like, capabilities with a phone. It is a little difficult on PC, because you do need a lot of keyboard action. So I can go into the settings and just kind of show you a little bit. Like, it is pretty, like, pretty intense, right? So I have mapped the numbers for the orbs right here, 1 through 8. I have my ultimate as Q, I have my cub skill as E, I have my swaps as R and F, and of course, like, basic movement is WASD. And so, because there is so much interplay between pressing orbs either in a certain sequence or in a certain pattern or what have you, combined with basic attacks and being able to, like, swap characters back and forth or do the QTEs. Oops. My bad. I accidentally quit the game. I meant to exit out of the settings page. My bad. Oh, yeah. It can be a little overwhelming if you're not, like, hyper used to PC. And unfortunately, controller isn't much better because you still have to figure out how to map all of the orbs to buttons. Mobile, yes. So, mobile on PGR, in my opinion, this is entirely my opinion, I feel it is a lot better.
We'll continue for a long time. We won't rest until we find a solution.
I feel it is a lot better.
And the world seems bleak.
So, let me see if I can show you. This was done on mobile. This was done on mobile. It is a lot easier. So that is my recommendation if you have a phone that supports it, right? So I have or a tablet. I have a Samsung S22 and Galaxy Tab 8, which are fairly I mean, they're older now, but at the time they released, they were higher end devices. And so, like, they can handle playing this game at decent settings. And even at, like, non-decent settings, the game still looks pretty good. But it is definitely, like, if you have the capability of playing it on mobile, it is a fairly large game. I think it's somewhere around, like, 25 or 30 gigs on mobile. If you have the ability to download it, it is, like I said, fairly better to play on mobile, just like gameplay wise and everything. But if you just started, how do you like it? Do you like it? Let's see here. I wanted to look at some of the current events going on. I would just go here, right? 𝘠𝘮 𝘕𝘩𝘦𝘺. Character trial. Simulacrums. Which one's going to end first? This guy. And... okay, this guy's going to end first. Bite invasion. Select a chapter. We need to collect as many bite crystals as possible before we escape to get a high score. We can take a look at items and enemies. Okay. Pick it up to move faster for a certain amount of time in turn. Okay. What? Okay. Oh, it's Pac-Man. Oh, this is basically Pac-Man. Okay. Okay, it's Pac-Man. Ah! Okay, yeah, it's basically Pac-Man. Oh, we're running away from shoe monsters. We're running away from shoe monsters, yeah. It's nice to be able to communicate. Keep up the good work and don't give up. I'm sure you... oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. But yeah, if you enjoy the game, I wish you the best. Hopefully you enjoy it. I have been playing this game for a number of years and I really do enjoy it. Oh, shoot. Hello. Okay, this is basically Pac-Man. Got an... oh, is that our, like, escape car? Okay. Ah! Oh no, oh no. He's coming after me. Alright. Alright, now we're out. Okay. Okay, this isn't too bad. This is somewhat fun, but then again, it's just Pac-Man. It's just Pac-Man. So, like, it's somewhat fun. What is that? Oh. Ah! Ah! I never played a lot of Pac-Man growing up. I don't even know if, like, people still play Pac-Man these days. Okay, we evacuated? Okay. You know, I didn't even take a look at, like, what the... oh, shoot. I didn't even take a look at, like, how many I'm supposed to collect or what, like, the level, like, requirements are to, like, fully clear it. Okay. I guess we only have to score a certain number of points. Okay. I got 815. Okay. This isn't too bad. Ah! Yeah, let me just, like, run right into the monster that's trying to eat me. Because that makes a lot of sense, right? Oops. Oh no, I think he's onto me. He's chasing me. What is that? What is the like the little alarm mean? You know, I probably should have read the tutorial guide instead of like just jumping into this. But I figured it's just Pac-Man. It'll be fine. I know the basics of Pac-Man, even though like they all turn into frickin' cheeseburgers. You know what? I got a feeling this is a game designed by 𝘺𝘠. This has got like 𝘺𝘠 written all over it. She probably wrote this game. Whee! Oh no, now it's- oh shit, oh shit. Oh my god. Ah! Oh crap. Ah, come on! Can I eat the food? I can eat the food apparently, okay. Did I get enough? I got enough, okay. Yeah, I never played a lot of Pac-Man. What does that do? Well, whatever it did, it didn't help me. I never played a lot of Pac-Man growing up. What? Where am I at? Oh. The portal. Ah! I was wondering what that noise was. There's like noises and like oh crap. There's like noises that basically indicate I am oh, he found me. They both found me. I'm so oofed. Okay, I got all of them. We're done. There's noises that sound like key clicks in the background, but they're not key clicks. I was trying to figure out what they were. It's basically just us running. It's a sound effect for us running. Okay. Portal. Yeah, growing up, most of the games I played were- oh crap, they found me. No! That's right. You can't catch me. Oh, nope, you can catch me. Nope, you can catch me if I go that way. I played a lot of games on, like, Miniclip. That was like the- where am I at? I'm down here, okay. That was like the place that I went to play a lot of games. Mostly from, like, school, so I probably downloaded, like, a bunch of viruses on the school computer. That's okay, it wasn't my computer, so I didn't care. So, that was like where I played a lot of the games. They were like stupid games as well. They weren't like, you know, typical arcade games. Yo, you just got 𝘺𝘠. Nice! Congratulations! Oh. Yeah, let me just like portal right next to the guy that's trying to eat me. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, congratulations, dude. I'm hoping that's a congratulations and not a, oh man, I already have her, so I don't need her again. I mean, oh my god, he almost had me. Now you have to get the signature weapon. I can't quite remember what the recommendation is, I mean, typically for games that are like gacha games, of course, like, if you're able to ever get like the signature weapon, like that's always going to be like a massive power increase to your characters. But I don't remember with Nanami if it's like a recommended requirement. Leave. Let me see what it does. Let me see what it does real quick here. I can't remember what it does. Coming from someone that literally has like signatures on basically everyone, like I have no idea what any of these do. It's just like, I mean, don't take me wrong, I do know what they do. I do know what they do to an extent. But I can't remember like specifically what they all do. Alright, I would say you don't need this. I would say you don't, like, I would say this isn't an abject necessity. Do a 10 pull, maybe, to get, like, the 5-star for the increase in lightning damage. But I would say this isn't absolutely necessary for her kit to work. I think it only, like, just reading this, it only gives you a damage increase. It doesn't actually add anything to her kit. Like, there are certain characters who their weapons actually do a fair amount. Like this one right here. The first part of it, the first two parts of it, like, it does a decent amount of damage increase, but the second part, the third part, I guess, the efficiency of acquiring aphotic points increases by 40%. That basically means you can get more of her core passive to fire off. How long have I been playing this game? Since day 1 of global launch. I played a little bit when it was still in beta. Not beta, but like right when it released in China globally, because I had seen clips of it for beta, for like the beta test on YouTube. I'm like, hey, this actually looks pretty good. And so I played a little bit of it when it released in China, but it released, unfortunately, right around the time where the Chinese government was becoming more stringent on like kids being online chronically. And so unless you had like a verified account, is what they call it, which, you know, YouTube's basically getting now anyways, like, your limitation for playing a game was only like 15 minutes a week, which was kind of weird. But that's basically what it was about. And so I basically only played it for like, you know, 15 minutes a week for a little bit, but then like I had difficulties trying to update it, and so I had no idea what was going on. But I was so happy when it released on global. People say Lucia Crimson Weave Triple S Plus is bad damage and not much the damage. What do you think? I have her at Triple S. I don't have her at Triple S Plus. I have her at Triple S. I have no inherent issue with her being at Triple S. Like, I mean, she does the damage that she needs to do. Because of Nanami, like, Nanami's basically, for me, a sub DPS, but I still, clear things faster with, Crimson Weave. I mean, maybe. A lot of it probably depends on, like, your character investment, right? So, like, probably, like, if you have a Triple S, plus R3, Crimson Weave and Nanami, like, both of them are Triple S plus with R3, then at that point, probably the damage is going to be a negligible difference. And so probably from that perspective, yes. But I will say again, like, I mean, you put Nanami on, like, 𝘺𝘯𝘕 dual set, she'll be, like, she can pop off a substantial amount of damage. it's just how it is. Which is why, like, rather than being like an actual support tank, she's more of a sub DPS in the team than anything. And number 21 has taken on the role of no longer being sub DPS and now just being straight up support. Though she is an amplifier, so like that's her main goal, is to basically support and amplify the rest of the team. Probably damage-wise, I would say Crimson Weave probably just ekes out over Star Trail. Like I had mentioned earlier, you can get substantial amounts of field time with Star Trail just on how her kit works. And if you play conscientiously of how many of her orbs you're using versus going into like her charged attack form and stuff. But I still can pop off a lot more damage with Alpha than I can with Nanami. Though, do take that with as much salt as you want. Like I said, I have a rather highly invested Lightning team. I mean, it's all triple S. She's R2, she's R2, she's R3. So, again, take that with as much grains of salt as you would like. I would say, don't, like, if you do the Thunderbolt manual stuff, if you do the Thunderbolt manual, you'll get her for free. If, let's see, who's, we're getting a new Bianca. We're getting a new Bianca. If she's light, she's dark. Okay, she's dark. I would say, because Crimson Weave was released a while ago, we're probably going to be getting a new lightning attacker soon. There's also the fact that Crimson Weave has been leaped. So, typically once characters get leap skills, it's because you can think of them as being like buffs to the current characters or like kit reworks. Typically like once they start implementing leap skills on a character, I would say their end of life is coming shortly, within maybe 2 to 3 patches. That's not always going to be the case. We got a character that was leaped for like a solid 1.5 years. It was this chick. Rosetta had like one of the, if not the longest lifespan of any character in the game. Like, even after she got leaped, we still didn't get like an actual physical tank to replace her for a hot minute. Like, let's see here. Unless you were running a full near lineup, in which case you had a physical tank in the form of A2. The only tank that ended up replacing her, actually, I think the only other physical tank that we had that was like an S rank at base was probably 𝘬𝘮, right? So next patch, it would be Dark. Yes, so next patch, it looks like it's going to be Dark Element, which is going to be Bianca. Bianca. Dark Bianca. Dark Bianca version 2. We already have Dark Bianca. we have Dark Bianca already. She's not dark, she's just physical. But she's basically goth. But yeah, we're getting a Dark Element, which, in my opinion, I'm a little happy about, because Lamia's strong. It just takes a while to build up to her. Like, she can dish out a substantial amount of damage. It just takes a while to build up. And so if you're doing like Pain Cage, which is going to be very time sensitive, those like extra 2 or 3 seconds that you lose can really damage your scores. To the point where I've all but stopped using her, except on like the hardest difficulty of Pain Cage. I basically just use Lilith now. I basically just use Lilith. And this was kind of like a similar problem that Luna had as well. She could dish out a lot of damage. It took a hot second to get to that point. But once she started dishing out damage, I mean, she was able to like really like dick whip enemies with. Same thing with Lilith. Like they're both really strong DPSs. They just have a long build up time, which, you know, unfortunately compared to Lilith, I mean, she's extremely easy to build up to. Like super easy. But yeah, we are getting a new dark team. Or basically a new dark team. It's not really a new dark team. It's basically just a new dark attacker to replace Lamia. Which means the new team will probably be Lilith, and for now, Karenina. Which, to be fair, she's had a pretty long lifespan as well, I think. When did she come out? Yeah, she's had a very long lifespan. The fact that she's still usable. Wow. Yeah, she's had a very long lifespan. Yo, Lilith is so scary for me, the ultimate. Oh, really? She is... Okay, so, again, take this with a great assault. Take this with a great assault, because I do have, like, all of my characters are highly invested. The only one I haven't bothered to do anything with yet is 𝘠𝘩𝘦𝘺. I haven't bothered to do anything with her yet. I have all of the stuff for her. I just haven't. I have all the shards for her. I just haven't unlocked her yet. So take this with a grain of salt, because my point of view is definitely from highly invested whale. Her kit's really simple. It's actually refreshingly simple. Her kit reminds me of like a Gen 1 character. Gen 1 characters are going to be like your starter characters, basically, those that released around the beginning of the game. But her kit's really simple. If you're having problems with her kit, I can show you how she works. It's really simple. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
I'll see you.
So there's two ways of playing her. You have her as her dark form, which is probably going to be a primary use case for her. Secondary use case, and still very important, is her plasma beam form, which they're, for whatever reason, calling it electric current. And so, I don't know if you've gotten to that part in the game yet, but characters have a have an element, which in this case would be dark. Let me go to the main character screen. You can see it a lot better. Why did it take me to this? They have a main element, which they're calling energy, which is going to be dark, physical, fire, ice, lightning. You have Nile, that only has like very rare use cases, honestly, though the characters in that group can deal massive amounts of damage. And then you have the effect. It was originally called Affix, I believe, but they changed it to Effect. Effect teams have a variety of elements to them. So, like, if you're gonna run, like, a Plasma Beam team, they are not all Dark Element. But I want to go. But her kit is very simple regardless, because it is literally the exact same thing regardless of how you want to run her. It's okay if I keep chatting with you? Yes, by all means, chat away, my friend. By all means, chat away. Eventually, I'll get to doing some of the DMC stuff, but yeah, by all means, chat away. Let's see here. So, Plasma Beam. Currently, the only Plasma Beam team we have is going to be Lilith, Lucia Pyro-Oath, and Karenina Skyer. You're new player and I'm confused about what to do. That's totally fine. I mean, there's a lot in the... Any new gacha game is going to have, like, a lot of stuff, right? Like, I was helping one of my friends the other day, kind of get situated with, like, Wuthering Waves, because there's just a lot to do. Like any new gacha game, especially one that's been out for a hot minute, there's going to be a lot of stuff to do. A lot of stuff to do, a lot of stuff to learn. But Lilith is actually, like, she's fairly simple to play. Again, like, take this with a grain of salt, because I am coming from the perspective of someone that has a slightly easier time, because, again, everything is like, you know, super maxed out. But basically, you ping her blue orbs in her normal form. This is the only thing she has available. You ping her blue orbs. Pinging the blue orbs will give you the yellow orbs, which you can only access in her ultimate form. If you don't have, like, her signature weapon with, I think it's DLT, you might have to incorporate some basic attacks into your combinations in order to get some additional orbs. In order to get all of the yellow orbs. You want, like, I think 5 or 6. I can't remember specifically. But they build up anyways. You get, like, a bunch of them regardless. And once you have enough ultimate energy built up, which you can see down here in this blue bar, you go into her ultimate. And this is where things change a little bit. If you're using her for a dark team, you want to ping yellow orbs 3 times. So 3 ping yellow orb 3 times. Then do the red. If you're doing a very fast rotation, this is where you cut it out at. And you just do her ultimate again. If you are going more for a lot of, like, sustained damage, again, just ping a bunch of orbs. It's only going to show you, like, 5, but, like, you'll stack up to 16 for the ultimate. Once you get enough ultimate energy, which, unless you've changed things around, this will be up here. Go back into the ultimate. And then 3 pings with the yellows. Do the red. This gives you the 3 stacks, which you see right here with the 3 cards, or on the side here with these 3 little purple bars. Like I said before, this is basically where a lot of people end at. To get the additional 2, you basically got to do the exact same thing again. I don't have enough, so I have to build up a little bit more here. Then red, this gives you a 4th one, and then boom, boom. That gives you the 5th one. It does take a little while to get all 5 of the stacks, and then once you're done, ultimate. And this does, like, a substantial amount of damage, more than what the 3-stack ultimate does. I'm sorry it's long. I'm trying to cut it down. There's a... The play style itself isn't hard. The kit has a lot to it, right? And so, like, the best way to think about, like, PGR characters and their kits is typically like this, right? It's like an iceberg. Right? So, with Lilith especially, right? This is her gameplay itself. This is everything her kit does. And so, it's a lot to explain what's going on in the background. So, I'm sorry it's long. Like, I'm really trying to give you, like, the TLDR version. But there's a fair amount that ends up going on with these characters. That's basically how she functions. It's basically, like, the very, very, very short TLDR version is blue ping until you get ultimate to build up the yellow orbs for the ultimate. Yellow orb 3 times. Oops, my bad. That was on me. I oofed it up. I oofed it up. But the idea is basically the same. Blue ping until you get ultimate. You build up the yellow orbs, go into the ultimate. Yellow ping until you get the red orb that looks like this. And then press the red orb. That does that. That gives you your 3 stacks, and typically this is where people end the rotation. Or they end the attack sequence, basically, is what I mean. And that's basically how Lilith works for her rotation. That's if you're playing dark. That's if you're playing dark. So for a dark team, that would basically be... If you're just starting out, your dark team would probably end up being Lilith. And... you might have her, she's free. You might have him, he's free. Like, if you had Lilith and you were free to play just starting, I wouldn't recommend investing too heavily in these characters. You could probably get away with any attacker you have, or any support. Like, if you're just starting out, maybe instead of this character, honestly, might be better to just use, like, the free live you end up getting as just a healer. And eventually you'll be able to get your hands on Selena. You can get your hands on Selena Capriccio. This is a different Selena than Pianissimo. So just keep that in mind. I think we have, don't we have like 3 Selenas now? We do, we have 3 Selenas. You can get her for free in the dorm.
It is my honor to perform with you.
I am struggling to stay awake. Coffee, lots of coffee. I actually probably need to refill my coffee here in a minute myself. Of the several PGR YouTubers who explained the new player guide, the one that was most understandable pleasant to hear was you. Well, thank you very much. I've been playing this game for a while, and so, like, I am fairly disconnected from being a new player, but I'm trying to, like, think of, okay, if I was starting tomorrow, here's what I would do. I need to be able to sleep when I do get home, so I gotta suffer. What? Sleep is for the weak, man. Sleep is for the absolute weak. Do you have any idea how much time in your life you are wasting by sleeping? Let's say you sleep for the recommended 8 hours a day, right? You realize there's only 24 hours in a day? 8 is 1/3 of 24. You are literally wasting 1/3 of your life. I am weak for Astolfo. Oh my god. Ryder Astolfo. Yes, Ryder Astolfo. Because it takes a man to be the best wife. I need my Astolfo body pillows. Oh my god, those probably exist, don't they? Actually, I know they exist. You've shown me the Astolfo, booty pad. You've shown me the Astolfo booty pad, so I know the Astolfo, body pillows exist. But, like I said, Selena can be acquired through the dorm. You can actually get her through the dorm. I think I have her completely bought out. Don't quote me on that. I take that back. Selena cannot be bought through the dorm. That is this chick. Sorry. My bad. That is my fault. I'm sorry. Echo can be acquired through the dorm. So can, Wanshi and Kaleido. She can be acquired via vouchers. I'm sorry. She can be acquired via vouchers. I would not yet recommend getting her yet. If she can only be acquired by the vouchers, I don't recommend getting her yet. She's a fairly old character that's probably gonna have someone else replace her at some point. Oh, she is right here. She was the second amplifier character released. I would not, if she can only, I thought she could be bought through the dorm. If she can only be bought through the vouchers, I wouldn't recommend getting her. But if you're able to get, oh, it's a new day. Server reset, everybody. At least for PGR, server reset. In that case, the best recommendation I could give you for the dorm would honestly be probably 𝘬𝘬𝘕. 𝘬𝘬𝘕 Lucid Dreamer. I think you can get enough through the dorm to unlock him. Don't quote me on that. I think you can get enough through the dorm to unlock him. Greetings from Indonesia. Yes, hello. I will say though, of the 2 Astolfo body pillows, only one is lewd. Only one. Only one. Just one is lewd. That's okay. There is nothing wrong with a waifu dakimakura. But yes, if you're doing PGR with the dorm, I would say try to grind up stuff for 𝘬𝘬𝘕. He would be the best person right now to get from the dorm. Kaleido is pretty old. Echo is pretty old. 𝘬𝘬𝘕's fairly new in terms of characters that have been released. Plus, he also does glaciation. Anyways, in PGR, who is wife? That's gonna be Lucia. Which I have not yet gotten her stuff yet. I'm waiting for payday to get her stuff. Payday's in a couple of days, at which point I will get this. Lucia is definitely waifu. Girlfriend would honestly probably be maybe Bianca? Maybe Bianca? Bianca or Ayla, honestly. Who is sister? Sister would probably be Nanami as like the cute younger sister, or Vera or Alpha as like the cool older sister. Like they have like big sister energy. Anyways, for plasma beam, or they're calling it plasma beam, but they're also called electric current. I don't think they could figure out how they wanted to translate it. For plasma beam, we only have these characters. Unfortunately, like if the only character you have is going to be Lilith, it's just going to be Lilith, sadly. The other characters aren't really going to do a whole lot. I don't believe there is currently any dedicated supports specific to buffing plasma beam or any of the effects. I could be wrong on that. I don't believe there exists a dedicated effect supporter. If one did, it would probably be Barcelo. Yeah, no, Barcelo wouldn't be 𝘠𝘬𝘕. Let's see here. Echo, don't. 𝘖𝘮 and 𝘺𝑉𝑛𝑐𝑖. Yeah. Oh, what about, let me look at Athlon. Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, the thing about the effects is that they don't, as I recall, qualify as elements. And so, like, a lot of the typical support memories, you would end up using like Gloria, 𝘬𝘮, 𝘸𝑩𝑐𝑦. 𝘸₂ still works, but it's not like a... It's not an elemental one, so you could probably use this, honestly, on someone. If you were free to play with Lilith and you needed Plasma Beam, probably, or just starting out, probably you would want to do... Liv, because she's free.
I'll keep trying my best.
With 𝘠𝘩𝘦, Philip, just for like increased healing. You could probably use maybe Lantern instead. I'd probably use a Lantern instead, maybe. Yeah. Probably Lantern instead would be better. Must log in. AMA, I'm having a stroke. 𝘐𝘮 𝘕𝘖𝘛. Okay. Who would I fight over something like food? So the person I would probably end up fighting the most with, and like fighting in jest, would honestly not be any of the chicks. Actually, probably 𝘬𝘰𝘅. 𝘬𝘰𝘅, maybe Bridget. I don't think so though. Must log in and burn all my resources attempting Camellia again. You're too far from the PC. Honestly, like, it would probably end up being maybe Teddy or Kamui. Maybe Noctis. Maybe Noctis. Why 𝘬𝘰𝘅 or Bridget? Their personalities just seem more, like fun is the best way to say it. Like, they have like very fun, lively personalities. Like, it wouldn't be like hardcore fighting. It would just be like fighting in jest. Admittedly, I haven't played the story up to these parts yet. So, like, how they actually are in-game, I don't know, but just, like, my interactions with them in, like, the boss fights and just, like, playing around with them from time to time. Like, they have, like, very lively personalities. But I do know that, Kamui would definitely be someone that we would end up fighting quite a bit with. Like, in fun and jest, right? Like, not like, let's duke it out, but, like, in fun and jest. Same thing with Noctis, right? They have very fun, lively personalities. Teddy is just a tease. Teddy's a bit of a tease. She likes to tease Karenina at every moment. I don't know if that's just like a Karenina specific thing. But she seems like a tease, and so like she would constantly probably like play around just teasing, right? And then probably What is she wearing? Memories, 𝘠𝑩𝑐𝑦 and Philip. Honestly, I could probably offload 𝘠𝑩𝑐𝑦 onto Nanami. Hydro drop the body pillow photos. Yes, that's right. If without any pictures, there is no proof you actually do in fact own 𝘬𝘮 𝘬𝘮. Also, I won my oh nice 13-minute queue for a 7-minute game. Oh geez. All right, we're gonna unequip all of this. All right, so memories. Da Vinci, Philip. Philip is... We could probably not even run Philip on her. Heal, physical damage, healing, lantern. Honestly, I feel like this one would probably be the best. Alright. Philip. She doesn't really need physical damage. We could probably get away with not running Philip. Unequip. Let's see here. Doobie-doobie-doobie-doobie-doo. What do we have? Tear. Voltaire, we can probably run... Worst case scenario... Probably just end up running, 2-piece 𝘬𝘮 on her. Not a big deal. The problem is, like, with Plasma Beam, they're not considered elements. Gloria. We probably just run 2-piece 𝘬𝘮 on her. No, we're just gonna run this. Call it a day. And then Nanami could run... Probably just a basic physical QTE system. Or... Yeah, we can do physical. Why not? It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, apart from anime games, what other games do I usually play? So, the games that I typically play are going to be mostly, honestly, gacha games. So this would probably be an okay Plasma Team lineup. I do play, in addition to, like, PGR, Star Rail. I play a little bit of Genshin, but I don't really stream it a whole lot. I play Wuthering Waves quite a bit. I play Zenless quite a bit. I also play a little bit of Code Vein, Stellar Blade, and Nier Automata. Also Nier Replicant. I don't play them on stream a whole lot, though. I did a long string of, like, Stellar Blade streams back when it came out. Now I just kind of, like, play it a little bit off stream now. I think this will be an okay. So, like, if you're running Plasma Beam with Lilith, this will probably be okay. Anyways, what I was saying a while ago, her kit is basically the exact same. Like, the way she plays is basically the exact same with Plasma Beam. You start out with all the blue pings that you can. You're going to build up orbs for her ultimate. Once you have enough energy for her ultimate, you go into the ultimate. Where the difference is with Lilith is... Instead of pinging the yellow orbs, you hold down basic attack until all 5 stacks are acquired. And then you ultimate. And now, I don't know if you can see it, you now have the Electric Storm Flash, or basically Plasma Beam, effect activated. As basically, the only difference in Lilith's playstyle for Plasma Beam versus Dark. I honestly have no idea how we got onto this, but yes, that's how you do it. Have I tried Mecha Break? I have not. I've heard it's really good though, and I've seen a lot of people play it. It does look a little fun. It does look a little fun. I have not tried it. I might. I might, because I do like robot anime like Gundam, certain Gundams. God, this is going back. Line Barrels of Iron, if anyone even knows what that anime is. So I've thought about trying it. I think it's free, right? I think it's like a gacha game. Oh, wait. Mecha Break is by the same people that made Snowbreak? Oh, wow. I had no idea that this was the same company that made Snowbreak. Oh, wow. But yeah, I think this is a gacha game, right? The game is more God Gundam than the original Gundam. That's what it looks like. Like when I was watching people play it, that's what it looks like. And I might consider trying it out. I might consider trying it out because I do like robot anime, like Gundam. Like I said, Gundam. There was Line Barrels of Iron. Code Geass was really fun to watch. There's a couple of other robot anime that I've seen over the years. So I don't know, maybe I'll give it a shot. I don't know. I have to also at some point in the future play Armored Core. One of my friends has been trying to get me into Armored Core for literally years. I just haven't done it yet. What do we have? What do we have? Devils Never Die. This is the event, right? Divine Finality. Simulacrums. I think this is the story, right? Welcome to the event Devils Never Die, aka D&D, aka Dungeons and Dragons. In this character trial, you can try out the 2 collaboration characters. Tap the switch button to activate Dante. Okay. Tap the switch button again to do Virgil. Is there not like a story that goes with this? This is the story. This is the story. Okay, Lamento di Fantasma. Okay, this is the story. The torment of being mediocre. The only thing that might drive people away from PGR is just that the stories are also very long. I personally enjoy the stories though, but they are just like super long. Like they are Star Rail levels of long. In that story, you can get a free Dante. Ooh. I know with like pulling, you can get a free Dante when you or like a free character, like it's basically pull one get one free, right? So I know I'm Thomas Hell. Oh my god. If I had a last name as Hell, I'd want that changed. Like I'd change the E to an A, call me Hall. Yeah, I would want that change. It's like I used to know people by the name of Hookers. Like that was their last name. Their last name was Hookers, like Mr. and Mrs. Hooker. If I had that last name, I would drop off the R and just be Hook. I could not have that name. But can you really get like a free Dante in the event? Like that's actually pretty cool if they did that. I know with the Nier collab, they gave away, I think, a free 9S and a 2. The only character you had to pull for was 2B, if you wanted 2B. And then with the Blackrock Shooter collab, they gave away a free copy of BRS, and then you had to pull a bunch of more copies if you wanted her maxed out. You watched Iron Mouse have a meltdown over her verbal tick, and it's hilarious. Really? She's a fun streamer to watch. But it's weird that she would like have a meltdown over her verbal tick. I know people have made fun of how she sounds for the longest time. In this collab, the rewards are truly extraordinary, so the dev is attracting many new players to try this game like me. Well, hopefully you enjoy the game. I know I enjoyed it from the very first time that I started playing it, and I've basically played it ever since. I was looking for a game similar to Honkai Impact, because I really did enjoy Honkai Impact for the longest time, and I wanted to play another game just like it. Only problem was, like, when this game initially came out, it was only in China. Iron Mouse verbal tick stun locks her for 80 seconds. She does it again while having a meltdown. She freaks out even more. Oh, jeez. Thomas Hell. I would change. I have not played DMC. I have it on my Steam library. I have not played it yet, so I have no idea what it's all about. All I know is that apparently all the characters I've ever liked in all the video games I've played have basically been, like, XPs of Virgil. He has no idea how to describe what he's feeling. But whatever it is, he has to succeed in doing so. Collabs are definitely a way to attract new characters. Or not new characters, new players. They're a way to attract new players. Like, I was honestly, like, I was honestly a bit surprised, right? I don't know if anyone keeps track of, like, the revenue of video games. But I was fairly surprised that for July, Star Rail only made 92 million. And this is with, like, the Fate collab and Finon together. I was surprised it only made 92 million. Whereas Castorise on her own made 103 million. I was honestly fairly surprised. I was thinking that, like, Saber and Archer are both very popular characters from the Fate franchise. I was expecting, like, a lot more money to be thrown at this game. I remember playing Honkai Impact before. After that, I retired because of a problem with my device, and now I forgot my account password. Oof. Ouch. Like, the first, like, not, like, real video game I played, but basically the first video game that I played after years and years of not playing any was Honkai Impact, because I had an iPad, and I just happened to search up one day anime game, and that's what popped up. I'm like, okay, well, let's check it out. And I really, really liked it. Infinite possibilities harbored within the shard, all because it comes from... And does he have, like, a shard of, like, one of the characters? Like, whose shard does he have? The Hetero Tower. He will reverse everything. So does this guy have, like, time travel abilities? Yeah, I really enjoyed Honkai Impact for the longest time. And because I enjoyed it so much, I wanted to play like another game just like it, and that's when I found out about PGR. Which I do really like. Unfortunately, Honkai Impact is kind of gone awry ever since basically Kiana went to the moon and we went into part 2. I have not been particularly enthralled with Honkai Impact, sadly. I played a lot of MiHoYo games, and yes, they're all very exciting and fun. I feel that MiHoYo games start out very, very high. Then they slowly plateau on a slow downward spin, and then like they just start like deep diving after a little while. Kind of like they start out like this, right? Like this is how I feel that most MiHoYo games start out as. Like they start out really, really good, and then they just like slowly decline, and then they reach a point where it just like drops off. Pretty hardcore. This was the same thing with like Honkai Impact 3. This is the same thing with Genshin. It's slowly becoming the same way with Star Rail as well. Honkai Impact was great for the longest time. It did slowly taper down a little bit, but I thought it was all really great for the longest time. It's just that when part 2 came out, it just like and the Elysian Realm. I was not a big fan of the Elysian Realm either for a variety of reasons. But with the Elysian Realm in part 2, I felt like it really dropped down. Genshin Impact did fairly well until Natlan. Genshin Impact was like doing fairly well until Natlan, and then it just like dived deep down. I don't know how 𝘺𝘮 is gonna be. Star Rail, like it did really well with like Belobog and Penacony. Lawfu was kind of like here or there, and it started to like drop down a bit with Amphorius. I'm hoping when we go to Edo Star, it will pick back up again. That's what I'm hoping. But we'll see. Wuthering Waves is like the reverse of this, right? Wuthering Waves, like story-wise, it started out pretty low. It like had a lot of potential, but they weren't able to really realize it, so it was like pretty rocky start. And then once we got to the Black Shores, it went pretty well. Rinascita was amazing. 2.1 was garbage. After that, it's been pretty good. PGR, I have yet to not like any of the stories. Like, all of the stories have been, like, very, very high tier. I have not disliked any of the stories so far. The only problem is that they are very, very long. And as such, I am very far behind. I used to have a lot of time to just sit down and do like a 5 or 6 hour long chapter. Not anymore. This is like the only problem with PGR stories. They're just long. They're like Amphorius long. But yeah, Kuro games and MiHoYo games are the best dev events that accompany me when I'm alone. I mean, I would say Kuro does events slightly better than MiHoYo does, but there are very few events that are like actually like really, really good in my opinion. But that's just me. Again, like a lot of stuff is going to be like your mileage may vary. He always expressed the importance of rigor. Like Rosetta rigor, is that what he means? The 14th experiment has concluded, no progress. Welcome to research. 99% of what you do is just going to be bashing your head against the wall. The rough stubble. This dude's got a full-blown goatee. I wouldn't call that rough stubble. He still has a lot to do. What did he say he was on? Like B research report B something B5042. How many research reports are in the A series and the B series? That's the real question. I hope I can survive until GTA 6 is released. What I am looking forward to, there's a couple of games that I am looking forward to, right? And these have been talked about quite a bit. The one that I am most looking forward to is going to be Ananta.
Wake up, sleepy.
It's basically anime GTA. Naked Rain. This is one that I'm looking forward to. Like, it looks like urban fantasy. Like, I'm not by and large a big fan of urban fantasy, but like, it looks really good. It looks really good. So this could be fun. This could be fun. So I'm hoping it is fun. Yes, there's also Neverness to Everness as well. I'm looking forward to this too. Again, it's like an urban fantasy, which, you know, that specific genre, not my favorite, but like, if the combat's good, right? So like, I had the same issue with Zenless 2. Like, Zenless is basically a type of urban fantasy. The combat in Zenless honestly reminds me of like how how HI3 combat used to be. And to an extent still is. So I really enjoy the combat in Zenless. The story's okay. Like, it started to pick up near the end of like the first season. So I'm hoping the combat in this game is really good. Because like it looks pretty good. Like, again, urban fantasy, not a big fan of, but like, if the combat's good, that's what matters, right? Hey, Turtle C. Hello, you're a turtle. This game looks like Zenless already. So like, that's kind of like what, like it all ends up like with so many gacha games out, like eventually there's going to be like a singularity point where they all basically just converge and all the gacha games look like very, very similar. Right, so like, from like a surface level perspective, like Neverness to Neverness to Everness and Ananta, like, I honestly, like, I first got these games confused because they just like have a similar, like, not really like artistic style, but like theme. They have a similar theme. Silver Palace is one that I am really looking forward to. Mostly because I have a huge boner for steampunk. Like, I have a huge boner for anything steampunk.
We have a big case on our hands.
And what's nice is that, like, this is like their first trailer, and it's already like in English, so like they are definitely planning on 100% doing like an English global release, hopefully simultaneously.
The dead, burned to ashes.
Ah, you're not a big fan of anime games, you came to PGR for DMC. Makes sense, right?
Isn't the best city there is.
Makes sense.
The city
I totally get that.
always changing.
Hopefully you end up liking PGR. I know with a lot of the collabs 𝘐'𝘮 has done in the past, they've tried to be very faithful to the source material. I haven't played any of the DMC games. I have them, I just haven't played them yet. So, like, I can't 100% say, like, they copied all of the movesets, but, like, just going from, like, 𝘵 Automata, I've played 𝘵, they did a 𝘵 collab. I've never played any of the BRS games, but I watched, like, both of the Black Rock Shooter animes. They did a fairly good job with both of those collabs, so. How about Girl Frontline 2? I played 𝘧𝘬𝘕 for about a month. I was really hoping that it was going to be really good because it looks so good. Like, in addition to having like an absolute hard-on for like anything Victorian or steampunky, I like tactical. I like the tactical girl outfits, right? So I liked 𝘰𝘮𝘳's design from 𝘧𝘬𝘕 quite a bit. Like, I liked this whole like tactical girl outfit design. I thought it was really, really cool. Unfortunately, I played it for about a month, and I honestly just found it boring, sadly. I found the story to be a little boring. I think it might have been a little less boring if they had come out with like an English like dub. I have a thing for like if you're gonna come out with like a global game and you don't have like any kind of English localization in terms of like dubbing, it's just like all text-based with like the Japanese dub or the Chinese dub. I feel like at that point, like global is kind of a like afterthought, right? But if you come into the global market with like an English language release, kind of like Silver Palace, like this whole trailer is dubbed in English,
You're not welcome in Silvernia.
I feel like they're actually putting in a fair amount of effort into the game, not just to please or placate like mainland China, which, as anyone knows, any game that's made in China is mainly going to be like supported primarily by the Chinese player base. It's the reason why like Genshin doesn't really listen to anything global has to say a whole lot of. But at least like this, it's not coming across as, yeah, global is just like a second afterthought, right? PGR has some cool story. Dante plays very much like Dante in DMC, but easier to play. The story's a little boring, but the character is good for me. And so that's like another thing too, right? I was hoping, even despite the fact that the story was a bit boring, the character designs and the characters themselves would kind of like, you know, kind of keep me there, but at the end of the day, like, I just wasn't having, unfortunately, a whole lot of fun with the game, sadly. And so I just stopped. I just stopped. Yeah. I just stopped. It just ended up not being my cup of tea, sadly. It was kind of like the same thing with Tower of Fantasy. I played Tower of Fantasy for about a week and a half, 2 weeks. I thought the PvP was interesting, but for a gacha game that has PvP, I can see the issues with that. I thought the combat was okay. Like, I thought the combat was okay. It took a while. It wasn't bad, it was just okay. And so I just, like, it just ended up fizzling out. The story was boring too. And so just, like, all of TOF just ended up fizzling out for me. Hoyoverse has some cool games. So like, the thing with Hoyoverse with me specifically, and of course like everything is your mileage will vary, right? Hoyoverse has a habit for me of starting out like really high. Like Honkai Impact started out really high, Genshin started out really high, HSR started out really high, but then they start to fizzle out and then drop off a cliff, sadly. They start to fizzle out and drop off a cliff. Honkai Impact, like, it was really good. It started fizzling out a bit, but what really killed it for me was the Elysian Realm and transitioning into Part 2. Genshin, honestly, like, as long as it was an Archon story, like if it was an actual Archon quest, it was all really good. Until we got to Natlan. I mean, it's probably a bit of a spicy take, but I did enjoy Mondstadt, Liyue, and Inazuma, even though a lot of people say the story didn't really start picking up until we got to Sumeru. But I really enjoyed all three of those areas, like their actual Archon quest stories. Maybe just me. Maybe just me. I actually thoroughly enjoyed all of them. It wasn't until we got to Natlan where it was like... It was just one of those things where it's like the expectations that everyone had for like a nation of war to be just a nation of hot springs and beaches, and now a nation of Splatoon painting, that like started to kill it a bit for me. And like by and large there was no like, not that they need to be like culturally monogamous, but it was, the culturalization of Natlan was way too diverse, and it was constantly like a shock, right? And plus, it didn't help the fact that the character designs looked totally out of place for a fantasy game. Like they all honestly look like VTubers. A lot of them look like VTubers, and then you have like a biker babe that's the Archon. So, it was just like disconnecting from the game. It was just a bit of a disconnect from like what everyone had expected the Nation of War to be, and then when we actually got there, it was so different. Apart from anime games and PC action games, do I watch anime? Yes, I do. I'm not really watching a whole lot this season. I'm watching Secret of the Silent Witch. I'm watching The Water Magician. There's another one that I'm watching. I can't remember what the name is. Sakamoto Days. I'm not watching Sakamoto Days. No, there's another one that I was watching. I can't remember what it was. But I recently just finished watching Somali and the Forest Spirit. I thought that was really good. I'm like kind of rewatching a little bit of 𝘸𝘯𝘬𝘺 right now. I started watching that when I was at the gym because I was just like, I need something to watch. And so I started watching 𝘸𝘯𝘬𝘺 at the gym, like, ooh, yeah, this looks... Kimetsu no Yaiba. Sounds familiar. I don't think I've watched it. What is the English name? Demon Slayer. Okay. I am behind on Demon Slayer. The last part of Demon Slayer that I watched was the Entertainment District arc. So I think I'm not sure what comes after that. I think it's the I think it's like one of the training arcs, right? Hashira Training, I need to watch. I need to watch whatever the fourth season is, and then the film trilogy sequel, Infinity Castle. So I'm fairly far behind. But yeah, I'm a little far behind. I have never watched One Piece. Yeah, I've never watched One Piece. I've never watched Bleach or Naruto. I have not watched Jujutsu Kaisen. That's kind of like on my to watch list at some point. I've watched like half of Inuyasha. It just ended up being way too long. Same thing with Detective Conan. I watched like half of it, but it's just like way too long. Shoot, there's another anime that I'm watching. What is airing this season? What is airing this season? Year 2025. What season are we in right now? Summer? Are we in summer? I think we're in summer, right? I'm gonna wait until all of Dress Up Darling is aired in English and then probably straight up just like binge watch it. Yeah, I'm watching Secret of the Silent Witch. I'm watching Water Mage. I need to watch this. Like the first season of this was actually pretty fun. It wasn't like great. Like I like straight up I would rate like this season honestly, like this series honestly, like a 4 out of 10. However, it's fun. It's very fun to watch. It's like I had mentioned earlier, like the disconnect between like critics and audience, right? Objectively, I can rate this anime like a 3 or a 4 out of 10, and that's being very generous. However, it's just fun for me specifically to watch, and so I really enjoyed it. You watched One Piece until they met Sanji, and to be honest, there's not a lot of content between episodes in some arcs. Of course. Oh, yeah, so that's another thing too that I noticed with like Detective Conan. There was just a lot of filler. Not that the filler for Detective Conan was, you know, necessarily bad. I almost thought that said Futanari. But like, it just ended up being bland. Let's see here. Actually, that might be the only anime that I'm actively watching on a weekly basis. It might only just be those two. That might honestly be it. It might honestly just be those two. And the others I'm just going to end up watching probably later on down the road when everything finishes airing. Yeah, actually I think that's it. Yeah, wow, that's it. I'm only watching 2 this season. I do kind of want to watch Shield Hero, but I feel that the 3rd season was kind of mid. And so even though like I really enjoyed reading the manga, like the anime, like 3rd season wise was kind of mid. It's not even, oh, it's not even filler. Oh. Never mind then. Never mind. Thriller genre, sadistic cruelty, murder, mystery, horror. So basically like Elven Lied, right? Is what you're saying? Like Elven Lied or Gantz. It has Dragon Ball Z syndrome with battles that should take 5 seconds, take 200 episodes. Yeah. How many episodes does it take Dragon Ball to unscrew a light bulb? Only 1. It's just gonna be like 300 before they finally finish unscrewing it. Right, that kind of thing. Yeah, I like the first season of Bunny Girl Senpai. I never watched more than that though. I thought the first season gave me a lot of Haruhi Suzumiya vibes. I should probably rewatch this. I think Haruhi Suzumiya was also done by Cloverworks, right? I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that. Kyoto Animation, yeah, I was wrong. Actually, you know what, that makes sense. I remember the 2nd season of Haruhi had a very, K-On! Feel to it. K-On! Was also done, I believe, by KyoAni. So that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I'm only watching like 2 active anime right now, and it's these 2. Mostly this one. Like I really like 𝘕 𝘬𝘕. But I've watched a lot of anime in the past. I say I've watched a lot of anime. I probably haven't watched as many as like some people. Death Note, I was shocked to find out because I was doing like a nostalgia trip a few weeks ago. I was shocked to find out that Death Note and Code Geass both aired at the exact same time. I thought they had actually aired weeks apart or seasons apart. I liked Brotherhood. Actually, I liked both the first FMA and Brotherhood. I would say from like a artistic quality standpoint, Brotherhood was a lot better. But I did personally like the way they went about the homunculi in the original 2006, like the regular Full Metal Alchemist, where it's like the homunculi were a product of like a failed transmutation of people, like back to life. I thought they did that one really well. But I did like the artistic quality of Brotherhood a lot better. Brotherhood made the plot a little convoluted. I don't know. I actually... Granted, it's been like... Shoot. When did Brotherhood come out? Eons ago. Did it really come out in 2009? Really? It did. It really came out in 2009. Wow. I think I probably watched this in 2012 or 2013, so at least 10 years ago. So I don't remember all of the plot to it. But I did actually like in totality, I did enjoy Brotherhood a lot more. Like plot-wise, I thought it was really good. Art quality-wise, I thought it was really good. The only real nitpick I had with it was basically just the way they handled the homunculi. I don't remember specifically what they did. I think it was just the homunculi, if I remember correctly, were like just regular people that were given like the little red Philosopher's Stone drops. And I thought that was just like kind of bland, honestly. There were a lot cooler fight scenes. Brotherhood's plot was a lot longer and a lot more complicated, and that's fine. Like I said, everything's gonna be like, you know, your mileage may vary on enjoyment, right? Can you make me free to play Nanami team? Certainly. So if you're gonna be doing Nanami, like I assume you're doing Nanami Star Trail, if you only want like free to play, then probably 𝘠𝘠𝘬𝘠 and maybe another tank. So I think if I remember correctly, you're gonna want 𝘠𝘠𝘬𝘠, and then I believe Storm is B rank. She's free. She's a tank. I wouldn't put a lot of hyper investment into these characters, honestly. But if you just want a team centered around Nanami, free to play, these would be the best teams. Or this would be like a good team to start out with. Ultimately though, it's going to be one of those things where your account will vary. Do you know your UID? Do you know what your UID is? You're doing Dante and Virgil because I kind of already did some things I really shouldn't with only Dante. And you got like 7,000k score in Warzone. Depending on what tier of Warzone you were in, that's pretty good. If you know what your player ID is, I can kind of look you up and look at what your account is, if you don't mind. I'm in the lowest tier of Warzone. Oh, so that's not bad, right? That's not bad, right? So lowest tier would be what? Backup, I think. Lowest tier. Really? People are knocking off like 1 million. Oh, in really? People are knocking off millions in like the lower end? Really? I wonder if this has to do with the rework. I wonder if yeah, this might have to do with the rework. This dude just straight up only did 𝘠𝘮 𝘕𝘂 on both of them. I wonder what's in Zone 1. Zone 1 is Laser, Zone 2 is Nile. Okay. Oh, you know what? I think I forgot about this. Let me double check here. I need to get through here. I need to get back to the main part of the screen. The main part of the game. But if I remember correctly, you might actually be able to get a free number 21. Because I believe in addition to getting a free Alpha Crimson Weave with her signature sword and her cub, I think you can also get a number 21 with a free pair with a free 5-star weapon for her. Oh, he got them crazy eyes. This researcher is going crazy, guys. He's going crazy. But yeah, if you can get both number 21 and Alpha Crimson Weave, that would effectively be your free-to-play, quote, free-to-play, team there. Let's see here. Laser and Nile. Dante is Dante, I think Dante's fire, right? Yeah, he's fire. Okay. Need to organize all of my tabs here. I have way too many that are starting to open up. Let's see here. I mean, 700k is not bad. Depending on, like, if you soloed with only Dante, 700k is not bad. That means your score will drastically improve. if you add on new characters. So if you're using Dante, you got Lilith. Okay, so you could end up using Lilith is an amplifier. Lilith is an amplifier. So you could use her amplifier abilities, even though she's dark, with Dante. She heals. She buffs attack and elemental damage. Only attack. She doesn't buff your elemental damage, sadly. Because she's dark, but she will buff your attack. So you could put together a team if you needed to with Dante, Lilith, and some other kind of tank. You could probably use Storm if you wanted to. You could... I don't think you could use Blast. You could probably use Blast as like a sub DPS if you don't have anyone else. Like, a lot of it depends on like what your account looks like, right? If you know your like user ID, I could look you up real quick. And kind of give you like some targeted hints on like how you could form teams and stuff. Let's see here. Player lookup. I'm assuming you're on North America. 26325761. 𝘬𝘮, I found you. Alright, you have Virgil and Dante, Lamia. You have Karenina, Ember, Luna. You have B-Liv, Han Ying, number 21. Rosen. Okay. Turtle. You would probably be able to do... So... Your team would end up being... so, let's see. Virgil, he's going to be physical. Probably use him with Liv Eclipse. And... probably Ayla. Ayla. For now, this would be a good physical team. Like, to get you through some physical content, right? You've been using all DPS so far and it's working. So you can do that too, right? So, I'm assuming you're using Dante, Virgil, Lamia, Ember. And probably, or like a combination of those three and just like quick swapping between them, right? You can do that too. So that doesn't, that's not a big deal. You could do that too. Yep, that's what you've been doing. Okay, yeah, so you can do that too. The only thing is later on, like if you continue playing this game, right? If you continue playing this game, later on, you'll find that's not the best solution And so I do kind of like, did I type that wrong? 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 2, 6, 2. This is what comes up. So I'm assuming this is you. I'm in the Kowloon section of the game right now. In terms of story, this story is super long. Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea. Just you wait. Just you wait. You haven't seen nothing yet. If you've been through any of Star Rail's stories, like PGR can get very long. Physical. You already have lightning. Your lightning would end up being Alpha, number 21, and for now, probably 𝘠𝘠𝘦𝘺, which you have. So, Alpha Crimson Weave, number 21, and 𝘠𝘠𝘦𝘺. You might even be able to get away with not even having 𝘠𝘠𝘦𝘺 because you have number 21, honestly. You can probably get away with not having 𝘠𝘠𝘦 and flex a sub DPS. Honestly. You can flex a sub DPS. Do you have a tank? You could probably use a tank. You can probably either flex a tank, which your only tanks are Nanami and Ayla. You're already using Ayla up here, so you could either use Nanami if you wanted to, or flex another DPS. So, if you wanted lightning, it would be Alpha Crimson Weave number 21 in some kind of flex unit. You could probably put whatever you like here. Fire would be Dante. You could probably do... You can probably do Ember. Okay, Ember. Just do 𝘵𝘮. You can probably do 𝘵𝘮, and then you can probably flex out. You can probably do Lux. Lux would be fine. Just for heals. And then if you wanted dark, that would be Lamia. You could probably flex Luna if you wanted to as a sub DPS, and then Vera Rosen. Like if I had if this was my account that I had, this was what I would probably do. Honestly, this would be like how I would do the account. Though I wouldn't put too much investment into Lamia. I wouldn't put too much investment into Lamia because we're getting a new dark unit next patch, sadly. So I wouldn't put too much effort into building Lamia. You can move some stuff around. You're using 𝘬𝘓𝘓 and Darwin. I mean, this is fine for now. By the time we get to next patch, like, it's not a big deal. The story is super long. I have a 6-star weapon selector, but it's only for a few weapons. Why do I need a specific elemental teams? It's mostly for content purposes, so you probably already realize this, maybe, with Warzone. Like certain war zones are going to have characters that are they're going to have like basically elements that are better, or effects that are better. So I haven't looked at this week's war zone, but I'm guessing this is what it is. You usually have a war zone that's dedicated to one type of element. So laser alloy, that's going to be lightning. Nile floating platform is going to be Nihility, or Nile. And then you have a flex zone. Where you'll have a buff for fire damage characters and the ignition effect, or a buff for physical damage characters with Ultima Slash effect. So we end up, like in higher zones, we have a flex zone. The reason why you want to build teams around mono element is because it all feeds into each other and it maximizes damage. Now, if you're not playing for like end game content, you just want to get like because like Warzone, I believe, if I recall correctly, like it's just participation. If I remember correctly, it could have changed, but I believe Warzone is primarily just participation based. So as long as you just play it, regardless of what your score is, you do get like the rewards that matter if you're free to play. Hey, 𝘐𝘮, thanks for dropping by. And I don't plan on rolling for every single character. If you're in PGR and you're free to play, getting every single character is slightly difficult. I can kind of go over that here in a second. Have I seen the Evernight leaks? Yes, I've seen Gothic March. I've definitely seen Gothic March. My girl went from being kawaii to being kawaii. She basically went from being like a Gen Alpha brain rot chick to being like a millennial goth girl. I want you all to realize that's exactly what happened. She evolved, but backwards. What? She's supposed to be ice, right? Like, she's supposed to be ice, I think. I don't know, maybe this is some of that, like, you know, 6-phase ice that she was, like, locked in. It's got, like, it's like the ice is red, right? The ice is red. Maybe that's what's going on. Alright. Yeah, so that's the only reason for, like, mono elemental teams. Now, again, you don't have to do that, right? You don't have to do that. Why does it look like this? You don't have to do that, right? You don't have to do that. So you can kind of do like what you're doing, where you could just have like DPS 1, DPS 2. I would still recommend flexing out an amplifier, which in your case would be number 21. That would be my recommendation. That would be my recommendation. Only because she can buff your other DPSs. So you can flex these out as either primary or secondary DPS, doesn't matter. So like I said, you can do this either way. It doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna maximize everything unless I really know whether I think it's worth continuing. Yeah, there's that too, right? So kind of get your feet wet, right? Dip your toes in a little bit. See if it's a game you like, right? Beyond just being like Devil May Cry collab, right? Like, see if it's an actual game you like. Do you enjoy the story? Do you enjoy the combat? Do you like the characters, the design? Do you just like the whole, like, gameplay itself? Because, like, not everyone likes, like, stage-based gameplay, kind of like Honkai 3rd used to be. Some people prefer more open-world stuff like Genshin or Wuthering Waves or ToF, which, like, barely anyone plays, but that's neither here nor there. Or other stuff, right? Can Pyro in Nanami team? The answer is yes and no, right? So, kind of like what I was getting at here. Oh, you already are you Rudy Walker? That's the one that I put in. If you're Rudy Walker, you actually already have all the characters you need for a lightning team. You can run Pyroth if you would like. Nothing wrong with that. If you were going to do that, if you're gonna do Pyre Oath, what the heck? If you were gonna do Pyro Oath, I would run her with, if you wanted to do Nanami, you can. I would at least run these two with number 21. That would be my recommendation. Only because number 21 is a healer and a buffer. So she's a pretty decent support. That would be my recommendation because you're running a tank, you're running a DPS unit. And again, this is for like clearing content, right? Like I'm thinking of like content clearing. If you're just having fun, you know, run whoever you'd like is basically it, right? I like how Dante and Virgil plays, and I guess I like more complicated characters. You don't know. That's okay. I got a friend of mine IRL into this game. He started playing for number 21. He stayed for number 21, and basically he maxed her out and left. That was it. And so like everyone ends up playing games for like a different reason, and it's totally fine. But yeah, so like if you wanted to do Pyre Oath with Nanami, I would recommend just doing number 21 with her. But I can't see any of your stuff, but it looks like you already, like, assuming you are Rudy Walker, like, no one initially came up when I typed in the UID, but I'm guessing this is you. You already have your Lightning team basically set up. You've got Alpha Crimson Weave, you've got Nanami Star Trail, and you've got number 21. So this is basically going to be your Lightning team right there. Okay, yeah, so that's just my recommendation on all of this. You could also... Yeah. You could run Dante with Pyre Oath and number 21 if you wanted to as well. Oh yeah, okay. Alpha has white hair. That's the difference. Alpha has white hair. Sorry. Yes. They're all named Lucia. Alpha has white hair. That's it. Yeah. They all have white hair. But yeah, they all have Lucia, but Alpha has white hair. That's literally the only difference. That's literally the only difference. Guilds. Only because I have no idea what my... Why did that happen? Is there a U in it? No, there's not. Guilds. Oh, because I'm in Asia. I need to go back to NA. Only because I'm too lazy to actually remember what my UID is, and unfortunately, unlike Genshin and Wuthering Waves, it's not like readily available on my screen. I have 𝘮𝘳, I just haven't unlocked her yet. I need to actually unlock her. But yeah, they're the same. They're the same. It's just the only difference between being Lucia and being Alpha is just the hair color, right? This is Lucia Crimson Abyss, but like it's just everyone calls her Alpha because of the hair color. Basically, that's the difference. And plus, like in game, she was referred to as Unknown Construct Alpha, like in the first chapter. So everyone just calls her Alpha from now on. Are there only 2 alphas? Yes, actually. There are only 2 alphas. You have Alpha Crimson Weave, or Lucia Crimson Weave, and Crimson Abyss. Hey Theo, I forgot to tell you this. Have you seen the leaks of the 2 characters in Star Rail? Yes, I have. There is Evernight right here, which is basically goth girl March, and then there is I forgot what his name is. Shoot. Dawn Hung. Romancer Terra. Yeah, Dawn Hung, Permancer Terra. Yeah, I forgot what his name was. I forgot what his name was. You gotta start saving now. Well, I hope you are able to get both of them. I know there's like speculation that Dawn Hung might end up being free. I don't know how true those are, though. Again, those are only speculations. I like how they kept a little bit of his visual style from like his 4-star version, where he like thrusts with his butter vision spear. So I like how they kept that. Kind of like the same thing how they did with March, where they kept her like, you know, with the whole picture taking thing. I thought that was cool. I thought that was cool. Like, I don't know story-wise what happened with her. To turn her from being brain rot to being goth girl, but, at least she still likes to take pictures of people and herself. Failed. Apparently, this guy is failing a lot. Oh wow, this guy's really failed. What are the chances he failed at this one too? Alright, we're transitioning into a flashback. Yeah, the characters in Star Rail, they look okay. The only one that I would, like, really kind of be interested in would be, March. That would be the only one. Only because I like March. Like, I know a lot of people think she's kind of annoying, but I've always liked March quite a bit. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a bit of a softie for the cute girls. I know who this is. I know who this is. I forgot who this is. Like, she looks familiar. Is that 𝘐𝘮? I think you might be right. It looked like 𝘐𝘮. It looked like 𝘐𝘮. I haven't seen 𝘐𝘮 in a hot minute, though. I'm dealing with her right now. Okay, yeah, that might be her then. That might have been her from, like, before the whole, like project that she started working on. But you got a point there. That might actually be her. Who are those people? That's what I want to know. Who is everybody? I know, like, that chick looks familiar. She could very well have been Chu. Chu is such an asshole. You don't like her? She has legs for days, my guy. She's got legs for days. And you don't like that? As I recall with, it's been a while since I've done the story, that particular story. But as I recall with Chu, she actually had a very reasonable reason why she did everything that she did. What is mentor meant by mediocre? Oh man. Yeah, there's nothing worse than being told by the person training you that you're mediocre. And then just wanting to prove them completely wrong. I totally understand this guy's feelings. Are ascendance and transcendence the same? The answer is like a weird yes and no. Like yes-ant, right? Like you combined like yes and no together, like is and isn't yes-ant, right? So the ascendants are the actual, like, corrupted that still have consciousness. Corrupted, but conscious, right? Right, they've been corrupted by the punishing virus, but they're still conscious of what's going on. And then you have transcendence. Transcendence, which they're kind of the same, but not at the same time. Conscious, corrupted, but bad. Bad, evil. They're like conscious and corrupted, but they're good. This is kind of like the part where it like gets like kind of weird. The transcendents are basically they're like constructs that can use the punishing virus. This is what they're like. They're like constructs that can use the punishing virus. I need to learn how to spell, apparently. So like the ascendants are slash were constructs. Like all the ones that we've seen to date, as I recall, are constructs that have been infected with the punishing virus. And instead of becoming full-blown corrupted, they remain conscious and are able to access the Ascendant network. So they're basically corrupted with access to Ascendant network, or AskNet, I think is what it's been called in the past at times. And remain conscious, right? But then we get all the ascendants that I know of as characters. Yes, you do. You are absolutely right. You are 100% right. All of the ascendants, like all of the enemies, can eventually, like theoretically at least, become playable characters, right? And so that's kind of like a neat thing. The characters that were enemies evil enemies. I don't believe Transcendence can connect to the Ascendant network. I don't remember, or rather, I can't remember if can access Ascent. I can't remember. I don't think they can, and I think this is like one of the primary things that separates them from being Ascendants, is that they just can't access the Ascendant network. But as I recall, like, the major difference is the Ascendants, they're corrupted with the punishing virus, but they end up gaining access to the Ascendant network, and they can remain conscious. Transcendents are basically constructs that can use the punishing virus. I don't think they're like pseudo-corrupted, basically. They're like pseudo-corrupted, I guess would be the best way of saying it. Like, how are we allies with Luna in the story? That's probably spoiler territory, but it kind of confuses me. Well, the neat part is we're not. I'm assuming that they eventually become good. Well, the neat part is they don't. I think ASNet is just their communication system with Luna. It is, as I recall, the entire network. It is, as I recall, the entire network. So, again, it's been a hot minute since I've done a bit of the story, so I might be a bit rusty on the lore. So I could very well be wrong with this, but as I recall, the Ascendant network is a, like, hive-ish mind within the total amount. The total amount of the punishing virus. So you take all of the punishing virus in the world, and it has like a collective hive mind-ish type thing that allows you to effectively communicate over long distances, and also acts as a type of filtration for people that can, like, get access to it to become Ascendants, right? So again, I could be wrong on the lore a bit here, but as I recall, this is as I recall, I could be wrong. Seems like Alpha might eventually defect or something. She's already showing signs of defecting again, at least. Are you fine with spoilers? Are you fine with spoilers? I won't spoil too much, but if you're fine with spoilers, I can spoil a bit with you. Spoiled a bit about Alpha because it's confusing me and can probably get me through the story a bit more because of the Lucy and Alvia thing. Okay. So you probably already know that, Lucia/Alpha, and, or more specifically, how about I just say this? This should be fairly obvious, but the Lucia we play as, is not Alpha, even though she's called Lucia. Right? So Lucia that we play as isn't Alpha, even though she's called Lucia in all of her variants, right? Alpha, yeah, okay, so you know that much. Okay, yeah, so Alpha is the original Lucia. And what had happened was, I believe, if I remember correctly, they did like an experimental backup of the OG Lucia. They did like an experimental mind backup of Alpha into a new frame that then became Lucia. You just got to that story right now? Okay. Yeah, so if you're at Kowloon, you're probably at the point where they're basically telling you this, that Alpha is the original Lucia. The Lucia we're playing at is basically a backup copy of her mind that was uploaded into a new frame. And her new frame that comes out with Kowloon was the Ice Frame Plume, which uses a lot of Alpha's combat data that they were able to scrape from interactions with her. Anyways, it should then come as no surprise, because Alpha is Luna's sister, that Lucia is also basically Luna's sister, like pseudo-sister. Lucia is Luna's pseudo-sister. At some point later on down the line, I don't want to like hard spoil this for you, but basically the Commandant connects with Luna, and it causes some inherent issues on both sides of the war. There's also the fact that, just like, you know, factions in real life, the Ascendants are not all doing the, you know, let's kill all humans thing for the same reason. Alpha and Luna basically just do what they're doing for the sake of each other. That's kind of like the long and short of it. Like, they don't really care about, like, any big plans other than just, like, doing it to make the world better for each other to live in. That's kind of like the long and the short of it. And just because, you know, they're part of the Ascension network and they're Ascendants doesn't mean that all Ascendants, get along. That's kind of like the long and the short of it. And so, a number of problems arise after Kowloon, and you'll end up like coming across them a little bit later that results in a rather interesting chapter, which is when Luna ends up becoming playable. At least like in terms of like the story, she becomes playable. I think again, okay, yeah. So I don't want to like you know, spoil it too much for you. In case you're like interested in like lore and story and stuff. A deafening explosion and laughter, cold, mocking, cruel, yeah. What is happening? Oh shoot, was that dude trying to like summon people from another world? Is that what he was doing? Here, the man reacts on instinct. Crimson energy crackles around him. I don't see crimson energy crackling around him unless it's like this reverse rain that's going up. Yeah, I've been following the story pretty closely so far. The Alpha and Lucy thing just got me a little stuck. Okay. Yeah, so that's like the long and the short of it. I might have missed a thing or two. Like I said, it's been a hot minute since I've played the story. If you think the story's long so far, they just keep getting longer and longer. They're not boring, in my opinion, they're just long. Like, they're really good, but, like, you just have to, like, basically sit down and take, like, you know, 4 to 6 hours to, like, do it, basically. And it's just, like, I'd love to just sit down and do that, but at the same time, like, I have other things that I'm trying to do as well. And so, like, between work and a bunch of other stuff, it's, like, very difficult to sit down and try to do some of the story. I honestly can't even remember what area I'm at in the story. I think I'm still in... I can't even remember what the character's name is. I'm after the point where Karenina went to the moon, though. Boom. Kablooey. Which, that's way after, 𝘬𝘁. That's way after 𝘬𝘁. What was 𝘬𝘁? Like, chapter 7 or chapter 8, I think? I can't remember. It was somewhere around there. What the heck is this place? It is the world of punishing Gray Raven, my guy. That's what this place is. Karenina and the moon doesn't sound like a good idea. Oh, trust me, it was actually a really, really good, chapter. It was a really good chapter. They're honestly, so... The only chapter that was honestly, like, bad, in my opinion, and it wasn't even the, why did it do this? It wasn't even bad. It was just how it was presented. Oh, okay. Oh, you're right next to it. Okay, you're in Kowloon Metropolis. Fake Ascension. Okay, that's a little bit further away than I thought it was. Okay. So you're actually right on the cusp of, like, what I was talking about. New Divide. This is where I basically stopped at. As you can see, like, I finished her last bow, excuse me, look, bow, depending on how you want to, like, go. I finished New Divide. I'm on, like, one of the interim stories right now, which, extra story? No, I did all of those. Extra hidden? No. Interlude. God, there's so many freaking interludes. No, I'm not on any of these. Where am I at? Floating record, maybe? Yes, I'm on Cinder Burns. I'm on Cinder Burns. Cinder Burns comes right after New Divide, right before Across the Ruined Sea. Alpha just beat the shit out of Lucia. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, you're trying to fight the OG S ranker. I mean, think about it. Like, you gotta be pretty dumb to fight the OG S ranker, right? Like, if I remember correctly, Lucia Crimson Abyss, or Alpha, was basically the first limited S ranker we got in the game. Like, limited. The rest were, like, standard banners, right? Like, she was standard, he was standard, he was standard, she was standard, he was standard. Actually, no, he was... Is Tenebrian? Tenebrian's S rank. Bastion is A rank. Yeah. So he was standard. Like, these are all, like... And I said by standard, I mean, like, you could get them off the, like, S rank selector. Basically, like, the S rank selector that was given, at the beginning of the game, you could select which one you wanted. She was, like, the first, like, actual, like, limited character that got released, as I recall. So it was really... Was that in Fallen Star, maybe? No, it wasn't in Fallen Star. I think it might have been in one of the, I have no idea. I can't remember. Extra story? Frozen Darkness, yes. Frozen Darkness. God, this was all really good. This was all really good. White-haired man in a dark blue coat with green patterns also turns his gaze towards the ruins where red glowing mechanoids approach ominously. The commotion of the landing has attracted the attention of these corrupted. Interesting. Oh wow. that was only number 0 of how many. Though to be fair, majority of that was taken up with me being absolutely distracted as per usual. I now have a tab counter, by the way. I now have a tab counter. Alright. That said... I am gonna take also a quick break myself to get some more coffee. So I will be right back myself.
Everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This guy got a scam phone call while climbing a mountain.
Hey, it's Cornelia here. How are you?
I'm alright. What could I possibly help you with at this moment? The signal's terrible. Can you repeat that?
I'm calling to inform you that you qualify for our new loyalty.
Really well. If you saw where I am, darling, my premium would be incredibly high.
Go, Jeff!
Guys, I'm so trapped. I have no umbrella.
A few days ago, this fighter jet in Spain almost crashed during an air show.
It's snowing out and it's really cold. Oh. And I have to move my car.
They were trying to record a cool video with a drone. This poor guy forgot to use his brain.
I would never fall in.
This seal jumped on his boat to avoid getting eaten.
It's right here. Oh my god, it's so sad. So sorry.
Why are you videotaping yourself eating a slice of pizza?
Why are you 32 years old working as a delivery driver?
Because mommy and
7 out
daddy
of
don't
10.
pay for my life like you, and I had to climb my way up.
Watching this video actually hurt my brain.
오빠, 저리 가, 저리 가. 방해하지 말고 저리 가. 제발 저리 가.
The air conditioning in this plane stopped working.
The sooner we get the air out, the sooner it'll cool off. Do your best to just meditate and stay calm. Help each other.
Bubba, do you like it when Mommy does an accent? Do you like it? Yeah.
What about when Daddy does an accent? Do you like it? Oh.
Does Go get scared whenever it sees him? You'll never guess the reason why these two cars got in a crash.
Девчонка, она не могла на улицу.
This guy was nice enough to buy them a new ball.
Alright, I foresee in the future the land wakes up from sleep. The land has stopped sleeping. Lamento di Fantasma extra story. Alright, we're hurtling through the wilderness, tires churning up a swirling dust storm in our wake. Long forgotten riddle with potholes sends the vehicle lurching and shuddering along the broken path. How are we there yet? Yeah, are we there yet? 15 minutes. This is already the 12th conservation area. Yeah, are we there yet? It's weird how, like, Lucia has her newest frame, but Liv is just stuck in her eclipse frame. 2 weeks ago, multiple surface conservation areas came under attack by unidentified hetero creatures. Nearly all personnel from the affected sites have since gone missing. Oh wow. Demon bats. Who is this? This looks like 𝘬𝘲 from HI3, but her 𝘬𝘬𝘦𝘴 form. Is something or someone pulling the strings behind the scenes? Another entity like Cradle, perhaps? Oh, is this Cradle? I haven't gotten up to that point in the story yet. I love how Lee has his, like, most recent hyperreal frame, and Liv is still stuck in her eclipse frame. Over 1,600 people have gone missing, with 187 deaths confirmed so far. In just the first 3 days, 5 conservation areas were hit simultaneously, resulting in over 700 missing and more than 60 deaths. Babylonia swiftly adapted its tactics, deploying agile elite squads as Vanguard scouts. I don't notice when Lee changes frames. You know, I mean, Lucia's in her Pyroth frame. Lee is in his hyperreal frame, which are the newest frames, and then Liv is just kind of like stuck in her old eclipse frame. It's like she never moved on. The only... Actually, I don't know. I think all of the Lee frames do look a bit different. Except maybe like his A frame and S frame, like his first S frame, Entropy. Like his regular frame is A, his free A rank frame and his Entropy frame do look a bit identical, honestly. Lucia's Pyro frame has different hair. It does. She went full-blown Twin Tails. She went full-blown Twin Tails. Kind of like, her Lightning A-rank frame, I forgot what the name of it was, and her Plume frame. Her Plume frame had Twin Tails. Reports of disappearances and deaths among conservation area residents have dropped sharply. We're doing a great job. We're saving lives. One conservation area at a time. One mecha waifu at a time. Only 400 people? Man, that's pretty small. How many frames does Lucy have? 4? Well, let's see here. We have, B Lucia, we have A Lucia. B Lucia is like Fizz Fire. A Lucia is Lightning. Lucia Plume, Ice, and then Lucia Pyre Oath. Fire, yeah. She has 4 forms, 4 dedicated frames, and then if you count Alpha as Lucia, you have Crimson Abyss, which is physical, and then Crimson Weave, which is lightning. Oh. Yeah. Let's see here. Lee's got, I think, three frames. Nanami's got a couple as well. Nanami, Storm, Pulse, Mechanami is what we call her, Mechanami, because she's riding power. She's got her own powered robot. And, Star Trail. Then, Liv has Eclipse, Lux, Luminance, and Empiria? Yeah, let's see here. Let's see here. We have, Storm, Pulse, Starfarer, and then Star Trail. So we have 4 Nanamis. I don't think I'm missing any of them. We have 3 Veras. And we have 1, 2, 3, and then 4. We have 4 Livs. Why? I can show you why. Actually, you know what? Let me go to the actual PGR. You gotta remember, the population you're looking at are extremely down bad. They are extremely down bad. Does she redeem herself in the future? I wouldn't say it's so much of a redeem. It's more of a, oh, so this is why she acts the way she acts, kind of a thing. So, you're right here. You learn more about Vera in the last spark. You learn more about Vera in the last spark, and more about Lamia as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's not... She gets more information on her later on, with her third frame, I think in... Yeah, Spark to Wildfire, you learn more about her here. You want the Bianca with the bow. I'm assuming you mean... Probably not Bianca 0. She does have a bow. You probably mean Veritas, right? I assume you mean Veritas. The electricity one, yes. Okay, yeah, you probably meant Veritas. She's really fun to play. Unfortunately, she is sadly power crapped, but she is really fun to play. She's really fun to play. Her Veritas version was the first character that I actually intentionally wailed on in this game because I did like her a lot. I still like her a lot. I free to played basically up until Veritas's patch, and then I just went like, okay, we're doing this. And then after that, it was just a downhill spiral. But yeah, people are somewhat down bad for this chick specifically. I think a lot of people in the PGR community have a bit of a masochist side to them, and they enjoy being treated as her dog, effectively. I think that's how that works. That's how it feels like it works, at least. That's how it feels like it works. I could be wrong, but that's just what it feels like. Submissive issues, yeah, they all have serious mommy issues. And, I was going somewhere with that. Here it is. Plus, I mean, Vera's fairly hot. If you specifically have, see if I can find it. Did they not do, outfit preview for her? Here it is. You have this outfit. So yeah, if you have this outfit, you have this outfit. Yeah, if you have this outfit, she's fairly hot. Though if you have the newest Vera, she's quite literally hot. She's quite literally hot, like literally burning up. She's fire, of course. Yeah, so if you've ever played like a bit of Genshin and you ever played like 𝘬𝘬𝘕, she kind of has a similar idea behind it. She loses her own HP and then heals herself up. So there is that. She has her own ability to heal. It's just like you freaking Wikipedia page here. God damn it. Yeah. All you need to know is that she basically she converts like a portion of her HP into like stacks for her core passive, and then if I recall correctly, however much she ends up going through in her like ultimate form, she restores an equivalent amount of HP to that. So this right here. So I can show you how she works, but basically when she goes into her ultimate form, she loses a whopping amount of her HP, and so that becomes a point in time where we have to kind of like play a bit smart, not get hit, until you're able to do her own, until you're able to do a charge attack. If you're able to do a charge attack, then you can restore a portion of her HP. I don't know what's up with 𝘬𝘬𝘕. Scary in the Genshin community, really? I don't know how the harp lady works. The harp lady. Oh, 𝘬𝘮. She's got a stupid easy. Here, I'll just skip this real quick. We can come back. I'll come back to this. She's got a stupid easy kit. Thankfully, which is nice. Because, again, like, a lot of these characters have, like, freaking Wikipedia pages explaining how their kit works. Thankfully, 𝘬𝘮 is one of those that has, like, a stupid easy kit. I can kind of show you how she works. Very easy. You know what, we're gonna do this. Combat training. Regular combat training. Unload. Get out of here. The green loot lady. Oh, okay. Wait. Are you talking about her? She would probably look like this. Are you talking about her? Or are you talking about her? She'd probably look like this. She's got the fan. Okay, you mean her, this version of her. Okay. The loot. Okay. So this, yeah. The, combat. The combat, guitar. Anyways, she's got a stupid easy kit. So, kind of like with, Lilith. I tried to use her to get shield as a trial or something, and I don't get her. Okay. She's kind of like Lilith. She's stupid easy to use. And there's two variants you can use her on. So, with, 𝘬𝘮 𝘬𝘮, you have her physical tank style, and you have her Ultima/ style. They both roughly follow the same idea, but there is a slight change in how you have to activate each one, depending on what team you're using her in. If you're using her for a physical team, you're going to want to do physical playstyle. If you're using her in Ultima/, you want to use Ultima, which this is what you would use if you were doing Virgil. So, Virgil. If you were using Virgil, this is what you would use her with. So I can kind of like show you how that works real quick here. Where do you get all these guides for the characters? Oh, of course, of course. So, for this right here, which is basically just a Wikipedia, it's GRAYRAVENS.com. Is GRAYRAVENS.com. If you want like really in-depth guides on how characters work, and honestly just like merge all of these together. I need to like I need to like clean up my tabs here. Bam. I have way too many tabs. I have 44 tabs open, though to be fair, I have 3 open in another window. Spider2B tends to be my go-to on YouTube for almost all guides. There's like a couple of characters he's never made a guide on. They can get pretty long, and that's not necessarily his fault. Like the characters have their kits have typically gotten more complex over the years. So yeah. Just be aware that they can get a little long. He does timestamp them, so you can like skip around to where you want to go. But yeah, Gray Ravens is where I typically go if I want to like look for like recommended builds. So there's recommended builds here. There's like the typical build, which is for the new version of Vera. There's the sub DPS and support build. There's if you don't have like a fire DPS. You don't have Pyro, you would use her as a DPS, and she's very good as one. I think this is actually the set I use. I use her more as a sub DPS with main DPS potential, rather than an actual sub DPS support unit. I just realized that Virgil has been using Beowulf since DMC3, and he technically uses it in DMC1 since he is a prequel. Ah, okay, yes. So yeah, with Han Ying, if you were going to use him like with Virgil, which, if you have Virgil, probably be the best combination right now. You would be using her primarily for 𝘬𝘮. So, the way she works... Oh, shoot. Darn it, I forgot. I probably shouldn't have done, like, actual combat. I probably should have done, like, the training one. Go. Hello. Thank you. Alright, so, the way she works, you start out, you have a bunch of white orbs at the very top. You have a red orb and a yellow orb. If you are doing only 𝘬𝘮, if you're only doing 𝘬𝘮, only ping the yellow orbs. 2, you're going to do it a couple of times, and then you're going to get the green orb. Hit the green orb. Alright. You may have to try and do this a couple of times to build up enough ultimate energy, depending on your build and rank level of the character. And you go into her ultimate. And what you do is now you ping all of the blue orbs. This is going to build up your 𝘬𝘮 right here. It's going to build up as much as you can. And then you press and hold the ultimate. This converts it to this stuff right here. And then... Oh. You have to time this correctly. So let's retry that again. It is a bit of a time constraint as well. Things have to happen within a certain amount of time. Otherwise the kit falls apart. But basically, like I said, only yellow orbs into the ultimate. Then only blue orbs. Then ultimate here. And then hold it. And this gives you your ultimate slash stuff. And that's how you do ultimate slash. For shield, I want to say... Hello. Characters. Harmonic orb in chord mode after pinging 6 white orbs. While a harmonic orb exists, red and yellow, blah blah blah. Okay, leaves your cast signature, exits the lunar tone field while is unfolding. Super armor is activated and applies 1 stack of dream mark, dealing 1000 physical damage and gaining 20 signature and 55 sharp reserve. Piercing blow, returning clouds, gains a shield equal to 5% of maximum HP, stacks 4 times, each stack for 3 seconds. The duration resets every time the effect is triggered. You keep using the ult, and you don't get the shield. Okay. Alright, well, let's take a look at this here. How I would typically use her. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Green orb. Alright. Go into the ult. You got the shield. So let's try this again here. We're going to do only reds. Alright. Yeah, we got it. We got the shield. We didn't have to go into the ult. Ultima Slash is like... It's an effect some characters have. That's like the best way I can explain it. So she got the shield here. So basically to get the shield, you just need to ping these orbs and then get to the green one. So, bam. Got it right there. Yeah, you just gotta ping the orbs, get to the green orb. We'll try it again. We'll try it again with Ultima Slash. So. Yeah, so you see this little blue thing right here? That's giving us the shield. That's the shield right there. She does have like a little visual representation of the shield.
Everlasting stream. The constrained cocoon shatters at the sound of toll.
I have no blue orbs to ping. So yeah, so you don't even have to go into the yeah, let's add another character on here. It can be her. That's fine. Bam. Alright, so for the shield, if you wanted a shield, get to the green orb basically by pinging red orbs. You have the shield right here. You have it right here as well.
I shall purge you from this earth.
So that's how you get her shield. So Ultima Slash. Ultima Slash is a type of... It's called an effect. So you can filter out by here. So Ultima Slash is basically... it's just a type of an effect. I honestly... Does it do anything itself? Not really. It's just a type of damage, effectively. It's just a type of damage. This is basically it. For 𝘬𝘰𝘬𝘕, you basically build up, like, 𝘬𝘰𝘬 stacks that then get released to do, like, a fair amount of damage. I mean, they give you, like, a bunch of, like, fancy explanations, but basically it's just a it's like a separate type of element, would be the best way of describing it. That regardless of what their actual elemental damage is, they can do. So... Glaciation, which is basically like ice. Alyssa Echo can do it, even though she's physical. Selena Pianissimo can do it, even though she's physical. Wanchi can do it, he's ice. Yata Fulgur can do it, even though she's lightning. Plasma Beam. Like, fire can do it. Dark can do it. It's just like another type of damage. That's like the best way of thinking about it, honestly. Like, that's the TLDR. I'll be honest, even I don't, like, fully understand, like, all of it, other than just, like, it's just a type of damage. It's just a type of damage. You build up the stacks by doing the different mechanic set, and then call it a day. But yeah, that's how Han Ying works for shield, physical, and 𝘬𝘰𝘬𝘕. Damn, yeah, 68,000 black cards. Yeah, man. You haven't seen nothing yet. You haven't seen nothing yet. I don't have too many of these, honestly. And then... I don't have too many of these, honestly. Yeah, I got quite a few. I haven't pulled for Virgil yet, or Dante. I haven't done them yet, so, like, that's why I have so many primarily. I just haven't done it yet. But how you doing? Thanks for stopping by, dude. But yeah, that's basically how Han Ying works, effectively. Like I said, she's got a fairly simple kit compared to, like, you know, other individuals. Vera's pretty easy too. Like, the newer version is easy. It, like, when you read this, it looks like a freaking Wikipedia page. That's not her. It looks like a freaking Wikipedia page, but it's honestly, like, super easy. Like, the basic rotation is really, really easy. With how you use her.
A wise discipline.
It's basically just, you gotta ping the blue orbs. Depending on what rank you are, you can avoid doing this, but most people are going to... wrong one. Most people are going to need to do that extra bit of, damage right there. Let me go on to someone that's not going to attack me. So, blue orb. Most people are going to need to do this. Charged attack. You fill up the red gauge at the bottom. Most people are going to need to do that. Go into her ult. Then it's really simple after this. You just ping the red orbs until you fill up the red part of the gauge down here. and then you do 3 charged attacks. So press and hold your charge button. She's gonna do like, you know, a couple of attacks there. That's going to eat up the red gauge at the very bottom. You don't have any more red gauge. And then you ult. During which time she now begins to like self-heal. So really simple to do. I forgot how to actually do her Dark Flow variant. There's a way you can do that, but like there's currently no boss or even mode that uses Dark Flow, and she's literally the only character that does Dark Flow. So, I mean, like, she's one of those characters in this game, like, you literally have an entire Wikipedia page, literally an entire Wikipedia page, explaining how she works, but actually using her is really freaking simple. Like, she's like super brain dead. She's like super brain dead. Like again, like, it's like, let me generate a few orbs here. Alright, so yeah, really simple. Blue orb. This gives you the yellow orbs at the top. Most people aren't going to be able to have enough energy after pinging 2 3-ping blue orbs to go into ultimate, so most people are going to have to do this. And I say most people because not everyone goes all the way to triple S with a character, so that's why. You go into her ult here, then now it's just... Most people are going to need to do 3 red pings. I have her at triple S, so I don't have to, but most people are going to have to. And then now it's just like 3 charge attacks. Bam. Then ult again. You might have to intermix depending on like your energy recharge requirements, which is dependent on like a couple of different things, like whether or not you're using 𝘵𝘮, whether or not you have deadline timing resonated on your weapon. You might have to intersperse some extra basic attacks to generate more orbs. Can I use her as a healer? She does. Stand by. Stand by. I can't remember if she heals. I believe she does. She is an amplifier, so she should heal. She should heal. I don't know how well she does heal, but she is an amplifier. She should be able to heal. Yes, okay, she can heal. So after casting her ultimate a second time, she can restore HP to the allies, to any character inside of her little area, so she can heal. I had a feeling she could, just because she's an amplifier class, and amplifiers typically can heal. You know what? Don't knock my team building. I know I'm literally just like doing this for example purposes. So. Alright, so you can see like I'm getting like. Come on, dude, come on. I love it how like when I want them to attack, they don't attack me. There we go. Alright, so like she's kind of like he doesn't have a lot of attack. There it is. Okay. Alright. So hopefully you can see that she's got like a little bit of HP lost now. Bam. Alright. So you can kind of see it here a little bit. Bam. Go to the ultimate. Bam. Got it. And then this is the healing field. And as you can see, like, she healed up really quickly while she was in here. So bam. So yes, the answer is she does in fact heal. Hey, Hydro, you're still alive. Now you're lurking. Very nice. Welcome back to Lurk, my good sir. Yeah, so she does heal. I had a feeling she did heal. Because, like I said, your amplifiers can heal. And they have all but completely power crept the support class characters. So, there used to actually be a way you could search by, I think, class. Not anymore. So, in the old days, in ye old days of yore, we did have, like, dedicated healers. So, Liv, she's a healer. Wan-Chi is a healer. Nine S, if you had him, he's a healer. He's not available now. He was a collab. Liv's a healer. The original Han Ying, she was a healer. Vera Rosen, a healer. But basically, ever since, like, Liv Imperia came out, like, most of the healing characters have basically been, amplifiers. It basically converts, like, the ability to heal and buff into one character. Yeah, so, like, all the healers are A rank except Liv Luminance. She was worse as a healer and supporter. Maybe not as a healer, but as a supporter than Liv Eclipse when she first came out. It wasn't until she got leaped. Like, she was one of the first characters that got leap skills. When she got leap skilled, she then became the meta physical healing unit. Because of her kit, she basically had access to her ultimate at the beginning of battle. What are leap skills anyways? They're like buffs. They're like buffs. So, like, you know how, like, in, well, maybe you don't know, but, like, like Star Rail, like Silver Wolf, Kafka, Blade, they're getting buffed. They're like buffs to old characters that give them some, amount of use. That way they don't completely fall off. That's basically the only thing. In all honesty, though, like, there is no scenario in which I would use a fully leaped character over the new meta character, unfortunately. It's just the unfortunate aspect of how things are. Like, she was the premier physical support unit until Alyssa Echo arrived. The minute Alyssa Echo arrived, even a fully leaped Liv Luminance would have trouble keeping up with her. At least until, like, you got Alyssa up to, like, triple S. If you have, like, a double S Liv Luminance that's fully leaped, which could be very easy for some people to get, Alyssa Echo would have to be triple S, which, by the way, you could get her up to triple S for free. It would just take a hot minute. But you could very easily... do you need copies? No, you don't. But I would not recommend investing a lot of effort into leaping a character. Or like, upgrading a character's leap skills. It is a time investment kind of a thing, and it requires a fair amount of resources. Like the resources to leap a character, you would get them from the shop. You need these things right here. You need these things right here. You need these things right here. And all of these cost wafer chips, which you get from the war shop or the voucher exchange. I would never, in good faith, recommend someone to use their vouchers on these things. Vouchers are best spent either getting harmony accelerators or weapon resonance shards. And honestly, it's like a weird mix of I can't recommend one or the other, like they're both good. It just depends on what you're looking for. How do you get leap skills? You have a character that has the leap skills available to be upgraded. So only a handful of characters have them. 𝘠Luminance has them. Rosetta Rigger has them. Alyssa Echo has them. Bianca Stigmata has them. Alpha, the original Alpha, has them. Liv Imperia has them. Despite that, she's still a decent amplifier. She's still a decent amplifier. She's not too bad. Karenina Skyer has them, even though she hasn't fallen off yet. Typically, people who get leaps, characters that get leap skills are about to fall off or coming close to falling off. Yeah, Alpha Crimson Weave has them as well. She hasn't fallen off yet, though. Bianca Veritas has them. Another thing that a lot of characters end up getting leap skills for is, for like, here, right here, Dark Flow, right? So, with this new effect system, some characters are getting leap skills that will allow their kit to now have this whole, extra effect aspect to them. Because when Alpha Crimson Weave was released, like, Dark Flow wasn't a thing yet. And now that it is with Vera, Gyro person. This chick. This Chinibyo chick who's got, like, an issue with her eyeballs. Now, her kit comes preloaded with, a way to trigger Dark Flow. And so they basically just gave leap skills to Alpha that primarily have to do with Dark Flow. Like, that's basically what her whole thing is. It's just Dark Flow. Like, that's all her leap skills are about. So that's primarily what it is, right? And so characters that are about to fall off or shortly will fall off, like Bianca, right? Bianca's a physical DPS. She has been power crept now by Selena Pianissimo. However, Pianissimo does glaciation, whereas Bianca Stigmata does Ultima Slash. And until the arrival of Virgil, she was the only DPS that did Ultima Slash damage. And that's because she was given leap skills that does Ultima Slash damage. Hey Cloud, thanks for stopping by. She's coming back as a dark DPS, yes. And so that's the interesting thing that happens, right? You have characters in this game that that we get. Like, we had Bianca Veritas as the premier lightning DPS for an extended period of time. And then we got We got Alpha Crimson Weave, who basically replaced her as the premier DPS. But at the same time, well, right before, we had Bianca Veritas replace the original Alpha as the physical DPS. The physical DPS has now been replaced by Selena, and now we're getting Bianca coming back as a dark DPS. So they keep the same character, basically. It's just now they're releasing a new version that just is a different element now that the element they were best at has been one-upped. Yeah, with the refulgence effect, yeah. I hate it when games power creep characters out of existence. It's unfortunate. But what's interesting with PGR specifically, PGR character power creep. What's interesting about PGR's characters and power creep is they character lifetime maybe? There's an interesting video. Here it is. So this is, I think, only up until like Pyre Oath. So take this with a grain of salt, of course. They all typically last an extended period of time. We're gonna drive this up. So they all last like a very, very long time, which is nice. So I want to say Rosetta actually lasted one of the longest, if not the longest. You want to see Dante or Virgil get power crept out of existence. So let's see here. Virgil does Ultima Slash. What does Dante do? Dante does Ignition. I don't know who we have that also does Ignition. Star Trail, Virgil, Bridget, and Jetavi, who I have not unlocked yet. I have all of her shards, I've just not bothered to unlock her. So the answer is he probably won't get power crept out of existence anytime soon. He does ignition damage. He probably won't be as good as Lucia Pyre Oath when it comes to fire. But where he'll probably end up shining is with the ignition effect. That's probably where he'll end up shining the most at, honestly. I'd rather use Lucia over Dante for fire DPS, yeah. Honestly, I'm the same, just given, like, how much I've fucking invested into this chick. I still haven't gotten her, wedding outfit yet, which I need to do at some point. I'm probably gonna do it Friday or Saturday when I get paid. But yeah. He probably will be just fine for a hot minute, because he does ignition, and we, like, the only dedicated ignition we have really so far is Nanami, Star Trail, Bridget, and Jetavi. Though I'll be honest, I have not seen any ignition weather in Warzone. I don't know, maybe we have it. Do we have it this patch? If we did, I haven't noticed. It's always either Plasma Beam or Ultima Slash. Okay, yeah. If we did, I always went with Ultima Slash. Your investment, her Plasma DPS is also insanely good. Yes. Yes, it is. I'll be honest, at least with Plasma Beam, I haven't practiced Glaciation a whole lot. But with Plasma Beam, the rotation is really tight, but once you get it down, it's a little fun. It's just really bizarre having, like, these weird teams. These, like, weird-ass teams that, like, you don't traditionally think of in this game. Okay, what do we got? Plasma Beam. So we have her. I wish they had a quick setup like they do with Wuthering Waves.
Giving me trivial missions.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like, when I think of a team, I don't think of these characters. But it's just a really weird team. The rotation's pretty tight. I've got it down pat on mobile, because that's what I normally play, like, all of the endgame stuff on. The timing for glaciation is more tight for oh, wow. Thankfully, I haven't been forced into using glaciation except like once. I think I had to use it once. But I almost always like it's either gonna be Ultima Slash or Plasma Beam when I get like weather favoring that. Oh yeah, you got a point there. You got a point there, honestly. That would probably be better. That might actually make this a little bit easier to run then. Because Karenina, I was just running straight, like, Plasma Beam, and Karenina just always felt like the odd one out. Like, she was always just like the odd one out that was just basically there. But you got a point there. I could probably just end up using Nanami instead. Yeah. So we'll just... But yeah, like, it's just so weird. Like...
It's up to you.
Like, the rotation is just, like, so weird. And I'm probably doing this wrong, honestly. I'm a lot better at doing this rotation on PC, on mobile than I am on PC. But the rotation just feels really weird. Got it. Yeah, I'll tell you what I do with, shoot, I messed it up. I messed it up. Oh, well, it'll be fine. It'll probably be fine. It probably won't be fine. Oh, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, it's fine. We're fine. We're not fine, but it's okay. Ah, man, yeah, this... Always just a little tight, but that's okay. Yeah, now it ends, yeah, so... what I do for Lucia when Plasma is activated, but it will be an essay. Oh, I mean, come on, man, come on. We regularly just have, like, entire Wikipedia pages we have to memorize for these characters at this point, so that's totally fine. Jesus, I didn't realize Dante's was this long, God. Yeah. I wonder just who has, like, the most words in their kit. Like, I'm curious who has the longest words. Like, these are all, like, basically, like, miniature essays. These are, like, 500-word essays. Each one of them. But yeah, Plasma Beam's about the only one that I practiced. I'm probably gonna have to... You know what? Let me do this while I'm still thinking about it. I'm gonna do this while I'm still thinking about it. I got a feeling it will be a lot easier with Nanami. Do I even have... I don't even have Plasma on here. I don't even have Plasma on here. You know, we're gonna rewrite this one. What is plasma? Balls of fire. Character over really? Plasma is nothing but balls of fire. Select. Alright. Who do we want? Plasma. You. And you. Alright. See, probably you right there. Yeah, roughly. That looks good. Probably. That's probably right. That's probably right. Start on there. Team preset. Alright, balls of fire. Overwrite. Bam. Done. Yeah, Dante's kit has a lot of everything from DMC5, so it's kind of expected to be long. I mean, at this point, that's par for the course for every single one of these characters. That's literally par for the course. Every single one of these characters, at this point, like, has, like, a huge Wikipedia article just, like, slapped into their kit. Which is totally fine. I love it. After switching to Lucia, when Plasma is activated, do the ult, spam the blue orbs, hold the ult, spam more blue orbs, press ult, hold basic attack, press ult. Timing is tight to maximize damage, and Lucia has to be SS. That's no problem for me. That is, I guarantee you that is no problem for me. I guarantee you that is no problem for me. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's do a little bit of practice here. Coffee. Alright, get out of my face. Alright, so boom. Oh, what did I do to myself? What did I do to myself? Boom. Boom. Hold the basic after spamming the blue orbs. Alright, now why? Okay, let's try this. Boom. Boom. Alright. They ult. Spam the blues. Ult. I think I messed it up. That's okay. Yeah, I ran out of it. I ran out. I messed it up. That's okay. Let's see here. Get out of my face. Alright. Boom. Alright. Lucia. Oh, shoot. Ult. Spam the blues. Hold the ult. Ult. Boom. It's half a second too late. I think that's roughly how it's supposed to work, which is basically what I was doing, I think. Let's see here. Plasma, ult, spam blue, hold ult, spam blue, press ult.
It's up to you. Come on, Commandant. Watch them drown in their desire.
Ult, then spam blue. Yeah, I think this is basically what I was doing before, right?
I'll offer you a chance to die by your own mistake. Beyond the mist and the abyss.
Yeah, I ran out of plasma beam. It's to build the sword bar, then holding basic is to use it. Yeah, so I think that's basically what I was doing initially, right? I think that's basically what I was doing. Why? Hello. Why? Yeah, I think that's basically what I want to say that's what I was doing.
It's up to you. Go up. Nani, go. Let's regroup. Come on, Commandant.
Yeah. Plasma beam, switch, boom, ult, blue. Oh, darn it. Wrong one.
Raven's light. Severed knife. Let the lotus blue.
I'm out of plasma beam though.
At the abyss.
Alright, let's try it one more time. I think that was roughly what I was doing initially though. Bam. Then this goes into plasma. Then we can switch to Lucia. Bam. Yeah, I want to say this is basically what I was doing. I want to say that's basically what I was doing right there. I think that's roughly what you were describing. At least that's what it feels like. And we can just switch to Nanami for some downtime. Not that we really need to.
Let's regroup. Nowhere to run. I'll offer you a chance to die by your own. Nami's.
Not like you need to go through all of this. But alas, we will. Oh, I don't think I did enough. Oh, I did. Perfect.
Let's regroup. Commandant.
Alright, then Ultima Slash. Not Ultima Slash, Plasma Beam. Blues. Then this. Bam. Yeah, I think that's roughly how it goes. That's roughly how it goes. At least that is how I effectively practice it, though. Like I said, at the time I was using 𝘵𝘮, so she always felt like the odd one out in the entire rotation. If that's what you were doing, I should have. Oh no, it's okay. No, it's okay. I mean, it's like I said, it's like it took probably a solid, I want to say like a solid 20 to 30 minutes to get the rotation for me down because it was a really tight rotation. And like doing it on mobile, like doing it on mobile is like really like. There's the slight lag with the touchscreen input, and like this game is definitely one that's heavily geared to favor mobile players, just because of how the orb system works and how you have to map it out to the keyboard. You can definitely do it on PC. Like I just did it on PC, and honestly, like it honestly felt a little bit easier on PC than it did on mobile, but it's still a pretty tight rotation. Like by and large, it's still a pretty tight rotation. This was basically what I was like doing. But yeah, it's a crazy tight rotation. You've never experienced the mobile version? It's honestly, in my opinion, boom. Ah, darn, I wasn't able to activate any more QTEs. Oh well. The mobile version is actually pretty fun. I liked it because I come from playing Honkai Impact before I started playing PGR. And I really enjoyed, like, a lot of the, like, that, like, old retro, controller idea with, like, 𝘬𝘯 with all of her combos and stuff. I really enjoyed it, and I thoroughly enjoyed finding out about PGR on mobile, because at the time I didn't have, like, a PC or anything. All I had was basically my tablet and my phone. And so I really, really enjoyed playing Honkai Impact on mobile, and then when I got PGR, playing it on mobile. I liked all of the different combos, because it felt a lot like how, like, old N64 combos used to be. Glaciation, yeah, I have not even tried to do glaciation yet. I have not even tried. Is there even... I thought about making, like, an actual rotation guide video for Plasma Beam, because I only came across one. Is there even a glaciation guide? There might be. Okay, there is a guide. Oh, God, it's 30 fucking minutes. Jesus. Okay, here's a Warzone cycle. 4 minutes. Alright. 𝘠𝘮 Oh, wow. Okay, so that's what he's doing. Oh, he's got, okay, I thought he switched out Selena. He's starting with Echo. Okay. He just has Selena as the opening animation. Alright. Alright, yellow and blue 3-orb ping. Alright, let's see here. Okay. We start with Echo, we swap. Three yellow and blue, hold dodge. Spam until all attacks, and then you switch after the signature. 3 ping, hold attack, another 3 ping. Signature, dodge hold, attack hold. 6 whites, hold dodge, signature again. And then we swap to Echo. Dodge hold, dodge, dodge, attack hold. Signature. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Attack hold. Signature again. Oh wow, he's doing this without... Oh wow, so those attacks must grant a lot of energy if he's doing this without 𝘵𝘰. I know she can spam like the dodge attacks. But she really... Okay. Yeah, this seems like it would be an incredibly tight rotation. Alright, now we're 𝘬𝘬𝘢. Bam. Yeah, wow, this is an incredibly tight rotation. This would probably take me 30 to 40 minutes of just, like, actually practicing this to figure out. No, you're not wrong. Like, when I was trying to figure out Plasma Beam, like, I constantly kept screwing it up until I finally got the hang of it. Like, this is gonna take, like, actual, like, sit down and let's actually try to figure this out nonsense. Like, this isn't just like, oh, I know how the character works. Oh, no, this is like, okay. Like, I know how the character works. Now I need to actually freaking do it. Yeah, like... You get one small recharge with the glaciation on Selena, and then like that's gonna have to actually hold you over. Otherwise, if you screw that one up, you're done. Like, you just lost out on all that damage. I'm curious what level this guy's fighting on. Oh, he didn't. He's not going to show us the score. That sucks. That sucks. I'm always curious what they're actually like, what level they're fighting on. Characters with leap must have leap skill maxed. Yeah. That's gonna be a hot minute trying to figure that out, because that is a lot of nonsense going on all at once. That's right, Mommy Lucia. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? No, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. Yeah, do one at once. Yeah. Oh man. No, I mean there's a lot going on. You know, I don't care what anyone says. This is 𝘬𝘬𝘦𝘴𝘵 𝘬𝘬𝘦 from Honkai Impact. You can't prove me wrong with that. I don't care what anyone says. Figured out those two, then quit. Oh wow. Let's see. Yeah, what's next? We have 𝘠𝘩𝘠, right? 𝘠𝘩𝘠. It's gonna suck when we actually have to start doing 𝘠𝘠𝘠. On top of all that, though, I will say, like, once I figured out how to do Plasma Beam, it's a tight rotation, but it's actually pretty fun. It's actually pretty fun. It's not too bad. 𝘠𝘮// is still kind of like, it's okay. Like, I don't know. I always just default on 𝘠𝘮/ back to just using Han Ying as, like, the stack generator and the damage dealer. I always just end up, just falling back on her doing that. I thought Virgil would buff it. Maybe. Right? Maybe now. Now that we have Virgil. I haven't pulled him yet. I kinda sorta know how he works, but not really. I kind of like half-ass watched one of Spider's videos on him. 5 conservation areas were hit simultaneously, 700 missing, more than 60 death. Oh, that sucks. A lot of people are dying. What else is new? It's just another Tuesday in PGR verse. A lot of people died. Yeah, what else is new? Is that even news at this point? Everyone's dying. At this point, I have to ask, who else is left to die? Is there anyone even left alive that can die in this game? Because, like, literally everyone is dying. But I don't know, maybe, right? So, like, Bianca's, like, 𝘰𝘮/, like, when I tried to learn it, just felt really finicky and just didn't fit with the flow of how a rotation would optimally work. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just massive skill issue on my part. I always just ended up defaulting back down to using Han Ying for everything when it came to 𝘰𝘮/. But maybe with Virgil now, we'll actually have like a really decently dedicated like 𝘰𝘮/ DPS unit. Alright, so we're responding to some kind of distress signal. Oh, Lucy is driving. I'm not sure how I feel about that. It's a new frame, so at the very least, lore-wise, DMC takes place, like, right after she got her new frame. Which chapter is this? This is the DMC collab chapter. So this is like the event collaboration story. Apparently. And at the very least, like, canonically, it takes place... I just realized her twin tails are twirling down into drills. This either takes place, like, right after she got her Pyre Oath frame, or it takes place long enough afterwards that, like, we don't have to worry about her being deprecated anytime soon. It's probably leaked to the Hetero Tower event, then. It might be. The last part of the story I have ever done is 𝘕𝘲𝘲𝘕. Which, like, patch-wise... How many tabs do I have? I freaking have open. I have so many tabs open at this point. I have no idea what's even going on anymore. I have 2 Dante tabs open. I can close one of these Dante tabs. Wrote patch list. So I think 𝘕𝘲𝘲𝘕 came after a new divide, yeah. So I'm right here. Keep in mind, we are all the way down here now. We're after this, actually. I'm right here. So what is this? Roughly 35 to 40% of the story? No, I actually do like it. It's just a matter of the stories take a very long time to actually do. Like, even when I sit down and do the stories, like, I sat down and did a new divide. It took like 5 hours to, like, actually do this entire story. Granted, I do read slow. Like, I do read slow. But, like, I think I'm about 4.5 hours into 𝘕𝘲𝘲𝘕, and I'm a little over halfway through it. It took you 2 months to catch up from chapter 1, yeah. I mean, every single patch that came out, I was on point doing, right up until, I think, 𝘐𝘮 was it Imprisoned Side or Inscription? It was Inscription. I was doing every single story, every single patch that came out, up until Inscription of Labyrinth. I did this one, and then I started getting busy. I fell behind doing Last Spark. I did Last Spark like a couple of patches later. Evernight beat. Surviving 𝘬𝘲𝘲 took a while. This one was really, really long. It was good. It was really, really long though. And then after that, it kind of like just like fizzled out a little bit. I I did Her Last Bow. Maybe like before the end of last year. Before the end of last year. I did the arc Beyond like sporadically this year. New Divide I did like maybe 2 or 3 months ago. And now I've just been doing like Cinder Burns like sporadically. Yeah, one chapter really lasted 10 hours. Yeah, they like, people, like, it's weird to say this. People complain about Amphoreus in Star Rail lasting a very long time. They've never played PGR because it can take hours and hours for literally one chapter. And an arc can literally last multiple chapters. There's a lot of story in this game. The thing that separates it, though, is that, in my opinion, PGR story is actually good. It's actually more interesting than most of Star Rail stuff now. Of course, I did enjoy Star Rail up until Amphoreus, so that's another point, but... yeah. I'm right now in Cinder Burns somewhere. I don't know where I'm at in Cinder Burns, but I'm somewhere. The lead chapter, you're probably talking about the Spiral of Kronos, right? I will say, I was just slightly heartbroken that Lee would be power crept by Lucia. Only slightly heartbroken. Only slightly heartbroken. I did enjoy Lee's playstyle a whole lot. Like, I thought Lee Hyperreal was pretty amazing. Oh dang, Lucia's actually cussing now. She's grown up. Our girl has grown up from being an emotionless doll to actually getting angry enough to swear. Alright, we're gonna go look for the survivors now. But yeah, I really like the story. Like, it's this weird mixture of, like, science fiction, fantasy, post-apocalyptic era stuff, like, all mixed together with, like, a tad bit of Magical Girl and Mecha Musume all combined in together. It's like a whole kitchen sink of stuff, just, like, mixed together. And I think they did a really, really good job in the story. I like the characterization. There's, like, no character so far that I do not like, which is really nice. A lone baseball lies abandoned, a child's toy. The Ishmael chapter ended in a unique way. So it was like a self-spoiler alert for me, which kind of sucks in its own way, but I always figured it was the case, right? I don't know too much other than that they're basically the same person, but, I mean, they basically weren't hiding it when, Ishmael Parhelion came out. Like, the chick that was, like, the, quote, observer that we'd seen several times had, like, pink hair. Ishmael had pink hair. And then Ishmael Parhelion came out, pink hair. Yeah, don't spoil it for me. But, like, I basically, like, when she came out, I'm like, okay, they're the same person. Now I just need to know what the heck is going on, right? So, like, I kind of self-spoiled it, but, like, the game wasn't exactly hiding it either, because, like, she's basically, like, you know, it says it right here, Ishmael. So, like, this chick and the same Ishmael that we meet on Babylonia from time to time obviously have to be the same person. So, yeah, but don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. No spoilers, please. This is like I really like to see where this story goes. So, find the entrance to the underground shelter hidden beneath the conservation areas. Isolation door lies in ruins. Oh shoot, the demon bats have gotten to all of the survivors. Oh, that sucks. It could also be a cradle-like entity. Which I was surprised to find out that Cradle is apparently not just some kind of person relegated to some, like, fantasy side story. Apparently she's a real individual. Yeah, this guy's a goner. This guy's a goner. There's no way, right? He's a goner. Yeah, past surviving with our current medical. Yeah, let me put a band-aid on that for you, dude. Yeah, your arm's lopped off. It's only a flesh wound. Here's a band-aid. Hang in there, man. Don't bother. Here, please, take it. It's the last thing I have. Some footage that might be useful. Oh. The light in his eyes immediately fades away. He was a true soldier. He fought to the very end and he gave us valuable intel. We have no idea. Did he even get a name? He did not even get a name. This dude did not even get a name. Poor guy. Let's give him a proper burial. How do they actually bury constructs? Like, would they like, just like, would they actually, like, bury him? Like, how would they actually do that? Oh, his name is Danny. Okay, my boy finally got a name. Construct stations is conservation. We are under attack. Hetero creatures. Oh yes, the demon bats. Hetero creatures match the information previously gathered. A blurry figure appears from the corner. Lightning flash slashes. He's using Ultima Slash. That's what he's doing. The unknown figure halts. Weapon glinting briefly before being smoothly sheathed. Oh, he did the Virgil slash on him. This has got to be Virgil, obviously. I mean, I don't see anyone captured in the frame, I'm gonna be honest with you. Alright, the demon bats are coming to grab us. 40 to 50 of them. 30 seconds. Oh man, they're coming in fast. BTB formation. I don't know what that is. Maybe does BTB stand for ball to ball? Like, you know how, like, you know, nuts to butts, balls to ball. Is that how this is going? Balls to balls? More than 40 of them swarm in overlapping layers. If their whole silhouettes are blocking out the sun, these guys must be pretty big. Oh yeah, these guys are big. The attack has begun. You know, I'm never gonna get this. I don't know, maybe it's a story part that I just haven't figured out yet. Like, he's in his hyperreal frame, she's in her Pyre Oath frame, but she's still stuck in her Eclipse frame. I'm hoping they bring back Liv. Like, she just got one-upped by Vera. I hope they bring her back in some capacity. What would be cool if they bring her back as, like, an actual DPS? Also, where am I? And where's the commandant in this whole picture? You haven't seen her, the teaser? Oh, I haven't. I have not. I didn't even know there was one. Coding research, Wings of Destiny. Is it, short, maybe? Give him that classic poke. No, it's not a short, is it? 𝘺𝘯𝘕 usually has, like, some Genshin stuff, right? Not Genshin, PGR stuff, right? Is it this one? This looks like PGR. It came out a couple of months ago. Must have missed it. Honestly, like, this has got to be a PGR character. Is this 𝘫𝘮𝘬𝘐? I try, to be fair, I try not to spoil myself too much with PGR because I haven't caught up with the story yet. This isn't 𝘐𝘮. This can't be 𝘐𝘮, can it? No, this looks like 𝘫𝘮𝘐. Or just Alyssa in general. Oh god. She just killed him. That's Lilith, isn't it? That's Lilith. Yeah, man, go for it. Go for it. Ooh. Oh man. Can't understand a single thing that's happening. But a little plushie doll is gonna save her life. I know that much. Ooh, scissor blades. Scissor blades. Nice. Okay, new character teaser. Okay. Alright, new character teaser. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. It's all in Chinese. So that's totally fine. So I'm guessing this is the live that we may or may not be getting. So let's see here actually. Where are we at? Why do I have two of these open? I don't know. Alright, characters, let's see here. We last got a live 2 years ago. 2 years ago? When did Surviving 𝘬𝘮 release? It's been over 2.5 years since we've gotten a live frame. So, she just got power crept by Vera. If they continue their practice of, like, when someone gets power crept, they give them a new frame in a patch or two, maybe we will get a new PGR 5.5 live stream. Okay. PGR 5.5 live stream. Alright, so 5.5 came out for them on the 3rd of July. It is now the 14th of August. With September will be when middle of September is when middle near end, like last 3rd of September, this patch will end. At which point we will get them. At which point they will be like 1 or 2 more characters ahead of us, right? Like they're currently probably experiencing the end of the DMC collab right now, while we just started, right? It's actually 3 characters. Okay. Ooh, it's blurry, but I think I like this chick right here. For a very, you know, pure and wholesome reasons. Veronica, Liv, and Discord.
这一切都是人类造成的，但在你没有看到的地方。
Ooh, Han Ying.
在帮助同胞。如果你想阻拦我，就从我的躯壳上踏过去。
Oh, no way. They're releasing the Veronica that we fought. Like, oh shoot, who was Veronica's boss? Like, who was the person that fought Veronica? Like, shoot. Was it... It wasn't 𝘧𝘬𝘬𝘕. She fought, Scissor Blade chick that's basically going to become 𝘵𝘲 in WuWa. Nanami fought Power. I don't remember who Ishmael fought. Lilith fought, Momozono. Pianissimo? Pianissimo? Was it Han Ying? Patch. Maybe Han Ying. Yeah, okay. It was Han Ying, okay. Yeah, it was Han Ying. That's Veronica right there. Kind of hard to see, but that was definitely Veronica. Okay. So it was Han Ying. Okay. Ooh. Is this can't be Veronica, can it? This can't be Veronica. No, I don't know who this is. Oh, I'm in the wrong video. I don't know who 𝘺𝘮 is. I guess I have not reached that point in the story. Like I said, I'm very, 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 very far behind. Yeah, no, it's okay. I mean, I just don't know who he is. I just don't know who he is. Like, and I don't even know who Discord is either. Other than, like, unless you're talking about, like, a Discord call, then I know what Discord is. But, like, if you're not talking about, like, a Discord call, I have no idea who Discord is. I'm just, like, really, really far behind in this story. Save that for the hype then, okay, yeah, we'll save it for the hype. Yeah, so I guess we're getting a new live at some point, right? At some point. Alright, what's through the tide home? Okay, so, oh, this is Discord. Okay. So, this chick is Discord. Okay. This chick is Discord. Okay. Scissor blade chick. She's gonna cut with scissors. Okay. 𝘬𝘮 that was her name. That was her name. 𝘬𝘮. Yeah, this is the boss for 𝘬𝘮𝘬𝘦𝘥. Basically it's 𝘐𝘮. It's basically 𝘐𝘮. Basically 𝘐𝘮, who I will get. Like, I have to get her. But yes, basically, I remember this was the boss that we had to fight with, 𝘬𝘮𝘬𝘬𝘥. Where am I at? I don't know where I'm at. So this is, what is this? Is this like a maid chick with scissors? Okay. Which is fine, I like maids. Maids are totally cool. She looks a lot like Alyssa, though. What are the chances this is Alyssa's older sister that her voice lines constantly talk about? That story was scary. I had to mute the rest of it after it first got me. Yeah, oh, she goes straight up Code Vein on these people. Look at that. She puts on the Code Vein respirator. Yeah, she looks like, yeah, so I'm just talking here. You don't have to spoil it for me. I'm just talking. Like, what are the chances Discord is basically Alyssa's sister that, like, she's looking for or something like that? Or that she's constantly talking about in her, like, voice lines. Like, because they look alike. New coding. Oh, who is that for? You know, the sad part about all the integrated patches, they had a lot of nice codings that I would have actually gotten. Okay, this is, for... That one was for, 𝘬𝘮. Who is this? Is this 𝘬𝘮? Yeah, that's 𝘬𝘮, okay. Yeah, it looks like 𝘬𝘮, that's what it looks like. Maybe it's just me. Why do a lot of the male codings have like this whole vampire theme to them? Like, that's what they look like. Like, all the, like, this just screams like vampire hunter. Like, just asking for a friend. I don't know. I like the maid one better. Reruns. This one's cute, but I have like the, I can't remember. Do I have that one or not? I can't remember. If not that one, I have like an outfit similar to that. Solitaire, okay. We're fighting a beta. We're fighting a beta. Shoot, beta. God, 𝘠𝘠𝘠. It's a beta from 𝘠𝘠𝘠. We're fighting a beta. Please tell me you see it. Please tell me you see it. We're fighting a beta. It's a beta from 𝘠𝘠𝘠. What element will she be? Let's see here. Who have we not gotten? Who have we not gotten any new? Let's see here. Who do we have? Who do we have? So do they tell us what element Discord is going to be? Do we know what element Discord is going to be? It doesn't say. She's an A. Is she an A ranker? If she's an A ranker, then it doesn't really matter. If she's an A ranker, then she sadly does not matter. Yeah, if I knew what element she was going to be, then like I would be able to tell you. Yeah, no idea. No idea. No idea. Let's see here. What characters have what do we got? There's a lot of tabs open. I currently have 49 tabs open. Well, 52 if you want to count the 3 on my other screen. Do I really only have that many open? I feel like there's more. No, that seems right. That seems right. Yeah, that seems right. Majority of them are situated with the PGR stuff, so that seems right. Let's see here. Physical, Ultima, Fire Ignition, Fire, Dark Flow, Dark, right? Genevieve's Dark, I think, right? Yeah, she's Dark Ignition. Physical, Dark, Nihil. Oh, she could be Nihil. She could be Nihil. I didn't think about that. She could be Nihil. Because we only have, what, 2 Nihil characters, right? Yeah, we only have 2 Nihil characters. Not enough for a full team. Given that Liv was like the first amplifier, right? We have an Annihilator and an Observer. She could be something else in that same, like, class or type, right? Yeah, it also has to fit the story. For her to be Nihil, she might have to be similar to Luna and Ishmael. I'm not like, like I said, like, I haven't played the story in a hot minute. The last that I recall with, like, the surviving 𝘠𝘮 was her frame gave her a lot of mind corruption by over-absorbing the punishing virus, right? So maybe, I mean, I haven't really read a lot of the story past that. Some of the events that we've had since seem like she's gotten a lot better, like it didn't really have a lot of long-lasting effects. But maybe the story will go in a direction where it does something to her. Like it comes back with like a bit of a vengeance. I guess, I don't know. Like I'm just like, you know, going based off of what I know. She could end up being a Nihil character as a part of that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. I'm just like kind of like guessing off the top of my head here. I really don't know, but like we don't currently have any... We don't currently have a third Niall character. Bianca's gonna be dark. I don't know what Veronica is going to be or what Discord's gonna be. Veronica could be Niall. Discord could be Niall. I don't know. She could... Would she be Ice? I mean, let's see here. 𝘬𝘰𝘶𝘳𝘬𝘦... 𝘬𝘩... She could be Ice, maybe. She could be Ice. I mean, our last Ice character, like, amplifier was 𝘬𝘮𝘰𝘮. So she could be Ice, maybe. I don't know. Hey! How you doing? Thanks for dropping by, 𝘐𝘮. Appreciate you being here. A new Ice amp doesn't sound that bad. I mean, I do agree. Like, with the current Ice rotation, 𝘬𝘮 is, like, kind of the oddball out. Like, I feel like swapping from 𝘬𝘁 to 𝘬𝘰 is an acceptable swap. But then swapping from, like, 𝘬𝘰 to, or 𝘬𝘁, 𝘬𝘰 or 𝘬, whoever you want to pick, to 𝘬𝘮, like, just feels bad. Like, I feel like I'm going backwards. At the time she released, she was, like, the shit. But now, you know, and this happens with a lot of characters, of course, they just start feeling dated. And this happens with, like, any game that has, like, a meta creep, right? We're due for another dark tank. This Darren girl gotta go. What? What? Dark tank? Who do we have? Let's see here. Our dark tank would be Karenina right now. Bianca's gonna be a dark attacker, which is honestly a little bit weird considering Karenina's more dated than Lamia. That said, I do believe in, you know, Karenina supremacy. To be honest, I like a lot of the characters in this game. Like, there's hardly any characters in this game I do not like. I think 𝘬𝘮's fine. Personally, on an optimized rotation, she's getting swapped for, like, a second. It's not... It's not bad. But it is, like, for me at least, a noticeable drop in, like, the DPS output of the team. Like, the damage output. Like, even her ultimate, right? Like, just feels a bit underwhelming now. That's... Dark Tank does seem more outdated. There is that, right? Which is weird, like, we're releasing Bianca to replace Lamia, but we still have Karenina as a Dark Tank, who released a lot earlier. So, I mean, I, for one, am a bit, like, not really happy, but, like, glad in a way. Like, I'm not happy, oh, let me replace Lamia, right? It's like, I'm happy that, hopefully, Bianca is, like... Lamia can make a lot of damage. She can do a lot of damage. But... it's one of those things where it's like, you have to really build up to the damage. Like, Lamia starts out slow, and then she can spike. She maintains it for a very short period of time, drops down, and that's when you swap into your other characters, right? That's when you swap into your other characters. The problem is this, like, initial, like, start period with Lamia, where it's like, I'm doing, like, 0 damage. I'm doing, like, 0 damage. And for things like Pain Cage, or Pain Cage mostly, Warzone, this is great. Warzone, this is great. You have a pretty decent rotation that is sustained for an extended period of time. But, like, Warzone, I basically just default to using Lilith. Yeah, Karenina Idleskin is keeping her alive right now. No, for real. I agree. Like, I'm so happy. Yeah, Lamia and Lilith, Lamia does a bit more, but needs DLT to sustain the amount of orbs. Yeah, and so, like, in an extended rotation, like, say you're doing Warzone, right? In Warzone, this rotation is perfectly fine, right? This rotation is perfectly fine. For things like Pain Cage, where it's, like, highly dependent on, like, super fast clears, I always just end up defaulting to Lilith. Because, like, Lamia does, like, zero upfront damage. But Lilith seems to do a lot better. Like, oh shoot, who was I fighting the other day? Shoot. I can't remember. I think it was, was it the Observer? There was someone in Warzone, not Warzone, Pain Cage. There was someone in Pain Cage that had, corrosion, so they took more dark damage, and I could not get out of Night, or was it, whatever the new beginner one is, because it went from, like, 5 levels to now 3. Whatever the new beginner level is, like, level 1, I could not get out of clearing it with Lamia as the primary DPS in under 20 seconds. I swapped to using Lilith primarily as the DPS, and I was able to clear it in about 14-15 seconds. Lilith is free, has easy rotation, does about the same, and once you get SS3, Lilith is now better. I mean, yes, like, damage-wise, definitely. Like, I have her at triple S. Like, damage-wise, I have no problem with her damage-wise. It's just getting to that point, right? It's like just the initial damage output isn't there. And so for, like, Warzone, that's totally fine. Like, you just, like, take it easy through the first wave or two. Like, not even the first wave. Like, basically halfway through the first wave. Like, 7-8 seconds in, now you're ready to, like, dick whip everything with Lamia. But, like, it's just that first few seconds, which... for, like, Pain Cage, like, you're already losing, like, 5 or 6 seconds with just the opening animation on the boss. And so, like, I don't have, like, the luxury of, like, trying to, like, build up 5 or 6 seconds to now I can start dick whipping everything. But, like, with Lilith, like, I mean, it takes, like, 2 seconds, not even, to, like, get to her ult and, like, through all of it. A blur too fast to track, and it's already over. Oh, did someone come to save our ass? Is that what happened? Bianca will be a massive damage dealer, so Dark will be buffed. That's what I'm hoping, right? The only reason, Darren, still exists is because her leap allows her to have the same field time as an amp. Which is fine. I mean, they are keeping older characters alive, right? And plus, I think a lot more people like Karenina over Lamia, right? So far, since Lilith came out, she has been a battery charger for my Lucia Pyro. Yeah, I mean, it's... The plasma beam rotation is very fun. A massive sword. This guy's got a massive sword. How many cups of coffee am I in? Believe it or not, only my second one. Believe it or not. Like, and I'm only halfway through my second one. Oh my god, yes! Devil Trigger! Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, this is basically going to be carrying the entire event. Oh my god. Devil Trigger, I love it. The sword has a strange appearance. It's textured like scales. Its handguard tipped with 4 jagged talons. Half the blade is now buried in the ground. A true devil weapon. It dissipates into red particles. Hey, Dante, what's up, my guy? You sent me a WuWa video. All right, we'll check that here in just a second, I promise. A white-haired man in red. Do we need some help? I don't know. Do we need help? I don't know. I think we were A-okay on our own, but I'm totally glad to accept your help. Oh man. Alright. Let's see here. Alright, you sent me a video. Alright, we'll take a look at the video. Alright. Alright. Alright, what did you send me? What did you send me? What the fuck did you send me? What is this? Oh my god. What did you send me, dude? What did you freaking send me? Oh my god. Yeah, so far the only Virgil seems to be valuable meta-wise on a fix. He is what? Going to be, I believe, like, 𝘬𝘰𝘬𝘺, right? He is 𝘬𝘰𝘬𝘺, which, in all honesty, would be a big help, because, I mean, our only 𝘬𝘰𝘬𝘺 is basically these two right now, right? And Bianca's just, like, weird to use with her 𝘬𝘰𝘬𝘺. Like, she runs so counter to what I would think to use her with. That I end up flubbing it up so hard, and I just end up defaulting back down to, you know, just on-fielding Han Ying as my primary 𝘬𝘰𝘬𝘺 damage dealer. It's a video on how to ruin characters. SS Virgil is slightly better than Triple S Bianca. Okay. I haven't pulled for him yet. I have not pulled for him yet. I'm planning on doing that at some point. I just haven't had a chance to do that yet. But I am, like, totally planning on doing that at some point. That said,
My life almost burned to a crisp twice, but just when I was about to turn to ash,
I didn't realize I touched her.
someone would step in with a gentle blow. And just like that, the flames licking at me died out, halting death's embrace.
Nanami's so broken, she could just be the ignition DPS. I mean, at this point, this is basically, this is no longer like, you know, punishing Grey Raven. This is basically Nanami Grey Raven, right? You cannot see my screen. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't see my screen. My bad. That's okay. I exited out of the game anyways. I'm sorry. No, I mean, Nanami is, like, honestly, at this point, what does Nanami not do, right? Like, she buffs plasma beam damage via just, like, lightning nonsense. She can do, like, swapping with, I guess, ignition now. Like, at this point, she's just, like, the most god-awful broken character, and the great part is, like, she's, like, gotta be one of my favorite characters in this game. Like, it's like a hard... Like, it's like a hard mix between Lucia and Nanami. It's like a hard, like, which one's first, which one's second. I don't know at this point. Like, I like Lucia. I like Nanami. Nanami's just like absolute bundle of energy. She's like overactive, hyper nonsense. She's super brain dead to use. There's that too. Like, she's so freaking easy. The Verena feels off for some reason. I just can't see it. I mean, they added like some kind of AI filter to make her like JoJo-ified. Plus, you know, this looks like a dude. This looks like a dude. it looks like a dude. I'm not gonna lie. I think you should see what her other version looks like. It's a story spoiler from Star Rail chapter, though, but it's worth it. Which one is a pants grab energy? I mean, if it's between, like, you know, JoJoified Verena and, like, some overgrown chibi camellia, I mean, come on. Come on. The answer is obviously Speedwagon. The answer is obviously Speedwagon. You mean Nanami or the other one? Oh, okay, okay, okay. I mean... Lucia's basically... I don't know too much, but, like, didn't, like, Lucia effectively, in-game, later on in the story, like, officially pronounce her love to the Commandant? So I think it's probably Lucia, right? You should see what the other version looks like. Yeah, I haven't done the Star Trail story yet, but I'm fairly certain in the boss fight with Power. In the boss fight with Power, it was her talking. I'm fairly certain the person talking in the background right here is Nanami. Or at least like one of her variations, because I remember in her last bow, like Nanami came into contact with like her future simulated version self or something to that effect. So I'm wondering if, like, this is actually her or not. You don't have to spoil it for me. Like, I'll get there eventually in probably a year. I'll probably get there in a year. Yeah. Worth it if it will take a long time. Man, you really need to catch up. No, I do. Yeah, she does on her lobby interaction. She probably talks about, I think I've seen her lobby interaction where she's talking about something. I might be mixing things up, like something about the other me or something to that effect. I could be mixing things up. I probably am mixing things up, to be honest. But yeah, I do need to catch up. Like, this, it's a really good story. It's just, it takes so long. It takes so long. But yeah, I do need to catch up on the story. I might end up doing more of the story on stream than I typically have done in the past. Because it's a really good story. I do enjoy it, and I do enjoy, like, thinking about it a lot. Lucia confessing her love is one of her lobby interactions. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've probably come across that one. Plus, like, in the outfit that is currently ongoing that I have not yet gotten yet, that I will plan to get here in the next day or two. She outright effectively proposes to us, accepts her own proposal to us, and then, you know, kisses us. So yeah. On my screen, she confessed to 𝘬𝘮, I accepted her love. Yeah, I mean, she was definitely made to be like the primary waifu. It was obvious from the very beginning. So, I was honestly a bit surprised that the wedding outfit, like, they actually went in for the kiss. I was a bit surprised on that. Like, I didn't think Kuro would straight up do that. Then again, I mean, they basically gave us Cartesia in Wuthering Waves. So, yeah. Anyways, I think I'm gonna probably kind of call it there today, this morning, whichever one it is for wherever all of you guys are at in your neck of the woods. It's morning for me. It's about 7 a.m. for me. So yeah, fair enough. It's been 6 hours. Yeah, this is honestly, I would like to say it's shorter than what I typically go for. In the past, I've typically gone for about 8-ish hours, and some days I still do. The only thing is I have to be somewhere in about an hour. Otherwise, I would probably keep on going. And I have to get ready for that. So, I'm gonna call it there. Thank you all so much for sticking around. I really appreciate all of you guys. It was an awesome stream having you guys with me tonight. I hope you guys had about as much fun as I did. And boo, no, for real, man. I gotta be somewhere in about an hour, and I gotta get ready. So, I have to unfortunately do all of the stuff that NEETs hate doing, which is, you know, like, you know, showering and going outside to touch grass. I have to bring in my garbage can that I set out so that, because the garbage people came, so I have to bring that in too. So, you know, yeah, oof, taxes, that part, right? Yeah. The tax on my soul of actually going outside really sucks. Anyways, thank you all so much for dropping by. Appreciate all of you. I will be back this evening / tomorrow morning / 1 a.m. US Eastern Standard Time, whatever that is for whatever time zone all of you are at in your neck of the woods. Have an amazing Thursday. Adios.